Hey, Aaron, give Martin a heads up when the broadcast has started. Well, all right. Good morning. All right. Welcome to Fukuoka and ISMAR and the last day of our presentations. We have a whole day of AR in learning. If you've been following along and being a participant at the overall ISMAR event, you'll know that there are a couple different tracks. One in science and technology, one is MASH-D, and they seem to be different perspectives on AR. One's focused on the technology and focused on the use of it. And today we're going to be trying to bridge those two tracks, those two thoughts. We're going to be talking about AR in use in education, and more specifically AR projects in non-technical fields such as tourism, marketing, libraries, and even some language learning. My name's Eric, and I'm going to be kind of hosting today. We have a whole bunch of things scheduled today, just to go through what we're going to be going through today as a schedule. We started a little bit late, so I'm going to make my introduction a little bit shorter. And then we're going to talk about a case use of AR in international event at TEDxKyoto. And then we're going to have a woman from Germany joining us on the Hangouts, and she's going to be talking about some cultural implications between Germany and Japan and AR use and their stakeholders. And then we have some students here, and they're going to talk about some of the projects that they've been doing in AR in different fields, undergraduates. They're going to have some short presentations each. Those will be in Japanese. We'll break for lunch, and then I'll give a short talk in the afternoon about a new educational AR platform I'm designing, and also some implications in implementing AR in education in general, as far as first-time designers and first-time users as well. And then the rest of the afternoon, we're going to be giving the students, and we're going to be demoing sort of like a free time. We're going to be demoing out some of their stuff, giving them some one-on-one time with the participants here at the venue. Right, so about some of the speakers here, I'm just going to briefly introduce. My name's Eric. I'm at Seibi University in Japan, which is in the northern part of Kyoto Prefecture. I teach mostly English, but I also teach some other courses in digital citizenship and new media. My research interest is in learning design and technology. And then Martin and Jay will be talking about TEDxKyoto later, and Sarah will be coming on the live stream later. She works at a media company in Germany working with AR, and she spent a lot of time here in Japan working with AR in the past 5 or so years. And then later on today we have Professor Kato and a couple of students here, and we have a live stream, and Erin Oxon, she's a part of our TEDxKyoto team. She's handling our live stream today, and she's going to be kind of doing our technical help. So if you're online and you have questions, if you want to interact with us in any way, you can use the hashtag orientation. You can tweet at her directly, and she will be relaying questions from the internet to us, And so if you have any questions at any time, she can relay them to us, and we can answer those on the live stream. So again, welcome. Hopefully we'll have some fun today, learn a couple of things about AR, especially when it relates to projects implemented in education, namely higher education. And over the course of the day, if you want to learn some more information about what we're doing in the projects, you can go onto either of these two websites, orientation.com. This is where we're showing our live feed. And there's some other information there about the projects you'll be seeing over the course of the day, and some other projects related to AR that I'm doing personally or on my personal website there as well. So before we get started, there's no questions in the room here today. All right, so first we're going to talk about TED, and that'll be Jay and Martin, right? Switch over here. Okay.
It's going to look a lot better. Slides are going to look a lot better online. Maybe ask Aaron. I don't know what looks best. Okay. No, start with mine. All right. Well, thank you, Eric. And again, my name is Martin Stack, and I'm going to be starting off the portion of today's tutorial talking about TEDx and TEDxKyoto. And this is one of the places where we have utilized AR technology for a pretty major event. And then we're also going to talk in this portion of the day, we're going to talk about the uses of AR in some educational settings a little bit, introduce that a little bit too. So the presentation that is focused on TEDxKyoto and the real uses that we used AR for in that event. But we're also going to touch on some other uses of AR and talk a little bit about AR in general, because we weren't really sure exactly who all was going to be here. Eric sent out a lot of good advertising for the presentation today. And we also have the live feed going on out all around the world. So we are going to talk a little bit about what is AR, also just a little bit of background about that. So, and then at just a couple minutes to talk a little bit about TED more. Okay. So in the presentation today, what we're going to be doing in this presentation is we're going to be introducing TEDx, TEDxKyoto, and then how AR relates to this event. And we're also going to be discussing the interactive team. The interactive team is one of the many teams that make up the TEDxKyoto group. Yep. Okay, sorry. I move around a lot when I present usually. In my classes, I'm up and down the rows all over the place. Okay, we'll try to stand still. This is going to be hard. Okay, we're going to talk about the interactive team. And the interactive team is the team of the TEDx management or organization that does all of the events that are outside of the main stage. That's the team that Eric and I are on. Eric leads the team. And that's where that team is the group that introduced the AR technology into the TEDxKyoto event. So we will be talking about the interactive team as well. Then we're going to show the design, the preparation and the implementation, and then the outcomes of each of the AR or technology-related activities that we did during TEDx. And then we're also going to talk about and explore the potential of using these events or this technology in other forums. Yes. My lap? we got to put a star on the floor so we know where to stand. Okay. I guess that's why they do that. I guess that's why they do that in the real thing, isn't it? They put a star on the floor so everybody knows where to stand. Okay, so that's our agenda today. As you can see, we're going to talk about some other ways. And also, if people, the students or anyone else that's here, or anybody online as well, I have to remember that we're streaming this out as well. And particularly in this last portion where we're talking about future uses. This year's TEDx event is November 8th, and we're right now in the process of thinking about and designing and getting ready for the AR events or the AR activities that we're going to do in this year's TEDx event. And so if you have any ideas of some novel or some interesting uses for the AR technology that we haven't actually thought of or done yet, that would be great. So it's the last part of the presentation. If anybody online or anybody here today has any ideas or suggestions for us, that would be wonderful as well. So, to move, there we go. So, I'm going to turn it over to Jay now, and Jay is going to tell us about TEDx, TEDxKyoto. Yeah, I'll just switch over.
Good morning. My name is Jay Klaphake. I wear two hats. One is a professor at Kyoto University of Foreign Studies, and the other is I'm the founder of TEDxKyoto, as well as the TEDx ambassador for Japan. And I want to begin by just, most of you know what TED is. You've seen TED Talks or been to TED.com. But TED is many things. It is a conference, first and foremost, which happens once a year in North America. It is also a conference that happens in some other part of the world. TED Global usually occurs in Europe, but occasionally it goes other places. It's been to Brazil, for example. But it's a conference that lasts about a week and is a little bit expensive to attend. But if you don't attend, one of the benefits of the TED model is they capture all of the talks on video, and the best ones make it up onto TED.com. What I'm mostly going to talk about is TEDx, and this is a shot from the TEDx Summit that happened a few years ago. And the reason I bring that forward is to give you a sense of how TEDx is very much a global movement. People from countries all over the world. This was actually held in Qatar. And X means independently organized, local TED-like event. And its purpose is to empower communities to organize their own event that connects people, spreads ideas, and inspires positive impact. So today it's very relevant to our discussion, especially the focus on connecting people. By the numbers, there have been more than 13,000 TEDx events around the world in 170 countries and more than 3,000 cities. 60,000 plus talks, TEDx talks on the YouTube channel. Contrast that with the TED Talks, which have about 2,000 talks. Translated by volunteers into 60 languages with, this says 500 million, but I think it's getting close to maybe 800 million now, views of the TEDx talks. And TED Talks have surpassed, I think, 2 billion now. Our event is held at Morito Memorial Hall at the campus of Kyoto Gaidai. And our mission is to create an ecosystem that brings the world's best ideas to Kyoto and also shares Kyoto's and Japan's great ideas with the rest of the world. So how do we, for example, had George Takei speak at our event, and that talk was seen live by 900 people, was also seen now by, well, this is getting old now, but we're approaching 1.5 million views because that talk was picked up by TED.com and became a TED Talk. So we brought some ideas from America to Kyoto, Japan for a local audience, and then we fed it back out all over the world over TED.com. The second part, as I said, is to share Kyoto's and Japan's great ideas with the world. And one of our recent events, this talk is now, I think, at 2.8 million views, the best kindergarten you've ever seen, by a Japanese architect, Takaharu Tezuka. So again, we had a local event with a local Japanese speaker, and that has now been picked up by TED.com, shown around the world, and translated into about 30 different languages now. The second part of our mission is to be Kyoto's leading idea-centered platform to inspire innovation, promote creativity, and foster global understanding. So how do we do that? Well, we do that first and foremost through an idea exchange. And this idea exchange is ideas in and ideas out and ideas between each other. We have a unique linguistic and cultural mix at our event. We have Japanese speakers, we have English speakers, we have other language speakers. All of the talks are delivered with simultaneous interpretation. All of our program and website is translated into Japanese and English. And our audience is about 20%, despite the fact that we're in Japan, our live audience is about 20% non-Japanese from quite a few different countries. But first and foremost, it's the people, the participants, the speakers, and our team. And we don't call the people who come to our event audience. They're not an audience because they don't just sit passively. We call them participants, and we call them participants for a reason. We expect the people in the hall to interact with the speakers during the breaks, to interact with each other during the breaks, and then to go out and talk about these ideas in their community. As I said, we have a mix of Japanese and non-Japanese. Also, we try for a good balance of men and women, both in our participants and our speakers. And then, as you can see, the key is, of course, having great ideas. Our event last year was called Onko Chishin, or Examine the Past, Discover the Future. And we have, as you can see, a variety of speakers and performers from all different fields: scientists, artists, educators, performers. But today we're here to talk about augmented reality. And that comes down to one is as I said, the participants. And the second part is the experience at the event. So as I said, for participants, people come to our event expecting not just to passively listen, but to hear ideas and then go out and interact with each other. And especially an event where people speak different languages, having an interactive experience which doesn't necessarily require them to speak of one language or another is a real added bonus to the event. So that's one of the things the AR team brings to our event. The second thing is the overall experience. TEDx events are designed with built-in long periods of time to do something with other people. So you come to you hear one session, which is 90 to 100 minutes, and then we have 30 to 45-minute break. During that time, people expect to engage with each other and also to engage with our partners. So AR provides a real selling point for us to convince our partners that we give them some added value. At a lot of conferences, you see sponsors. We don't call them sponsors, we call them partners. You see sponsors whose logo is on a brochure. They might have a booth, but people tend to not spend very much time at those sponsor booths. They might briefly stop by. They might not ever stop by. If they do buy, they might look at your pamphlet, or they might have a bunch of garbage in their conference bag that they end up tossing aside. We want the participants to engage with our partners. And so AR provides a key way for people to get some added value, to actually do something interesting with our partners. And you'll hear more about that today. But for us, that's a key selling point for us to be able to go out to partners and say, you know, what can we offer you that other events don't offer? Okay. So our next event is November 8th. It's called Courage and Creativity. And I'll be hanging around later to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Pick up right there where Jay left off. Okay, so thank you, Jay. That was a great introduction to what is TED. A lot of you probably know TED. TED is very famous. Find my spot. There seems to be a sweet spot in the room for the audio. As I was walking around, I was coming in and out of it. So I think that this is the sweet spot. Maybe Aaron can tell us. Okay, you're getting the thumbs up. So this is indeed the sweet spot. So I need to not move. Okay. So thank you again, Jay, for the wonderful introduction to what TED is. I'm sure the people that are watching us online right now with the live feed probably all know TED, but they might not have known exactly how TED works or what is TED, what is TEDx, and all of those things. And so Jay gave us a great introduction to the background of TED and also what is TEDxKyoto, specifically TEDxKyoto, because that's the event that we're involved in, and that's the event that we brought the augmented reality to last year. Or yeah, last year it was already. So we're going to start from there. So this year's TEDxKyoto event is, again, Courage and Creativity, and it's happening on November 8th. So if anyone is interested in coming to that, I think there may still be tickets available, or possibly some tickets available on today. So the TEDx event last year, and again, we're going to transition now into the augmented reality and the interactive team, discussion of our specific team that brought the AR to TEDxKyoto last year. And so TEDx has many, many volunteers, and our group is one of those groups of volunteers. Up to about 200 volunteers make this event happen. As I say there, making the transition, the volunteers are what augment the reality of TED. So it's the people that actually do it, not the technology. The technology is the augmented reality technology. It's the wonderful volunteers that we have that actually make the event happen, actually create the reality of that event. And the teams of volunteers are divided into specialized groups. And again, the interactive team is one of those specialty groups that help with this. And one of these groups, the interactive team, is the focus of the case study that we're talking about today. So, interactive team, bringing AR to the TEDx event. As far as I know, and Eric can correct me on this, but I think TEDxKyoto was the only event that really implemented any sort of AR technology to the venue, as far as we know.
Into the venue, as far as we know,
Yeah.
There's been some other TEDx events that have featured talks about augmented reality and demoed augmented reality on the stage.
Sure.
But as far as we know, this is the only time that we've actually integrated and put it into the hands of the participants coming to experience the event live.
Exactly. That's a key point, because the TED speeches, the TED Talks, and the TEDx Talks are done by people who are really, really knowledgeable, experts, passionate in that particular field or that particular topic. And they're spreading those ideas, and they're sharing those ideas to people all around the world. But what we've done is we've taken one of those ideas, one of those interesting, creative things that you may see on the stage normally. You may see a presenter talking about this. We've actually taken that off the stage, brought that out into the venue, brought that technology, and we've brought those ideas out into the lobby, out into the places where the partner tables are set up. And so as Jay mentioned, during the breaks, during the lunch, during the dinner afterwards, the dinner party afterwards, before the event even starts, while the people are waiting in line to go in, they are engaging with the event, and they're engaging with the venue, they're interacting through augmented reality technology. So we have TEDxKyoto, and the interactive team gives it XAR on the end. So we bring the augmented reality to TEDxKyoto. Now, augmented reality, Eric has very creatively come up with a name of orientation. So I always thought it was Ericantation, but it's orientation, AR plus orientation. And Eric, if you want to take a second, if you want to take a second and tell us a little bit about what orientation is, how you came up with that, or whatever you want to add to that.
It's basically, we just, as far as the interactive team, we needed a platform to put all of our assets, our images, our interactive media on the web, and also create apps and things like that. So it's just a name so we can easily have the participants of the events easily find our information on social media, online, and in the app stores. So that's basically the idea. It was just a catchy name, so people that came to the event, all they needed to do was do a simple Google search on this term, and they can find all the information they needed. And if they went to the website, it would give you instructions both in English and Japanese about how to get started using this technology at the event.
I think I just realized that these slides are on a timer. That's why they keep moving forward. I was thinking I was touching the button, but so I got to pay attention that I didn't realize that all these slides are on a timer. Okay, so thank you, Eric, about what was orientation. Orientation is the catch term. It's the hashtag. It's the Google search word that you would put in if you're interested in anything that we're doing related to augmented reality at the TEDx event. So orientation, TEDxKyoto. Put the two things together, and you have what we do, what the interactive team does with TEDxKyoto. So TEDxKyoto, the interactive team. This is the group that is tasked with everything that's outside of the stage that the participants are going to be interacting with. The history and the background of the group is that it was originally started out called the Atmosphere Team, was the original name of this group. And it was charged with creating an atmosphere around the event that would be interesting and engaging. As Jay told us earlier, you want the people on the stage to be presenting ideas, but TED events are not just presentations on the stage. They're all about spreading the ideas and the participants sharing the ideas and mixing it all up, mixing those ideas up with their own. So the Atmosphere team was originally charged with trying to create an environment that could do that, help that, spreading of the ideas, the mixing of the ideas, the sharing of the ideas. So the first year, it was the Atmosphere team. And then last year, we introduced the interactive AR technology, which created much, much more interactivity between the participants, partners, between the participants themselves, between the participants, speakers, and the volunteers and the participants. So it created much, much more interaction that we weren't just creating an atmosphere, we were really creating interaction. And so we changed the name last year to the interactive team rather than the Atmosphere team. And in line with the TED spirit of spreading ideas, that's the mantra of TED, spreading ideas worth spreading. In the introduction of more interactive AR technology, again, last year we changed the name from Atmosphere team to interactive team. That's just a little bit of background of the development of interactive. So our team goal, very, very simple. The TED goal, the TED mantra is ideas worth spreading. I think if we were to say that the interactive team has a catchphrase, has a goal, has a mantra, it'd be bringing people together. So at TED, we're spreading the ideas, the interactive team bringing the people together around those ideas. And there's Eric. You want to add anything to that, Eric? You're big on screen right now. No, you're good? Okay. So bringing people together. So what we do. What do we do with the interactive team? Well, we create activities and environments to engage the participants. To engage the participants, again, with each other, but also with the venue, with the event. So as Jay described, quite often, if you go to a conference like this, you go to some sort of event or presentation, and there are usually called sponsors. They will have tables, booths, whatever, and they'll have pamphlets, and they'll have pens, and they'll have giveaways, and people will come by and they'll take a pen or they'll take a a little spongy thing or whatever, and that's about it. So there's no real interaction, and if there is any, it's interaction with the items on the table. Maybe they might say something to the person that's standing there at the table or the booth, but the interaction is very, very low, very superficial, and it's not really what I think the sponsors of the event sponsored the event for. I think that they probably had some goals of getting their name out, getting the brand out, and possibly creating some interaction with the people at the event. So in the spirit of TED calling its sponsors, not sponsors, but partners, which implies more engagement and a deeper level of commitment, and a partner helps you create something, not just gives you money for it. And our participants are the people who come to the event. In that spirit of trying to bring them together, we decided that we wanted to create this environment that would really help engage the participant in the environment more, particularly with the partner. So that was our task, that was our goal. And as Jay mentioned, this is something that the partners really, really enjoy, and that's something that we can express to the partners when we're recruiting them, that our event has a different level of interaction between the potential customers for the partners and the partners themselves. So when you come to the table, it's not just taking a pen, it's not just looking at some pamphlets or some brochures, but there's interaction that takes place at that table. And we'll talk a little bit about what that is later. So again, that's what we do. So we want to bring people together. Again, TED is spreading the ideas, interactive team, bringing the people together around those ideas. So last year's TED interactive team, we have pictures up at the top. There's many more people. I don't even know how many people we had on the team last year. These are some of the core members from last year. I don't know, Eric, how many did we really have?
The core members we had on the team were probably only 8.
Okay.
But the volunteers we had on the day for the particular events and the booths that we were doing probably were around 20.
Okay.
Managing all the booths and activities just for the day. But the setting up, the organizing, and the creation of all the activities, there were probably only 5 or 6 of us.
Okay. So obviously the top picture from last year's event, which was actually in September, late September, there's some preparation on the side there. We met a number of times to practice the ideas, practice the technology, actually try to implement some of these things. And then we also, on the day of the event, had to set up all of that. And then right now, we've had a number of meetings of our team, and also our team members have participated in some larger meetings that the TEDx volunteer organizers put together. And so the bottom picture is quite a few of us, actually. This was our first team meeting of our team, which happened in, when was that, late July or August? It was. Out in Otsu, right on the shores of Lake Biwa. We went out there and we had a brainstorming meeting and get to know each other a little better. And then there's some other members there on the bottom, and that was at one of the TEDx all-volunteer meetings that we've had. So our members have been very, very active, and they're very enthused. We have quite a range of members on our team. We have some adults, professional people who have jobs, and they're doing this on the side, volunteers. We also have a lot of students, a number of college students, some graduate students, even some high school students. These two young ladies, and over here, these two are high school students, and they're very, very passionate about TED. They watch TED Talks quite often. They've been to different TED events. They've been to TEDxKyoto. They've helped organize some other TED events. So you can see that the volunteers are quite a diverse group, and also our particular volunteer team, the interactive team, is it's diverse itself, but also very interesting that it has these young people and adults that are very, very interested. And we also have some international students that are involved in our team as well. So it's quite a diverse team. I think it's even more diverse than it was last year. So the TEDxKyoto interactive team is made up of a number of volunteers as well, with kind of our core planning members, and then lots of volunteers that help out today, help get ready. So we have the interactive team and AR, the augmented reality. So we're going to put these two together. So I've just been introducing the interactive team. What is the interactive team? What do we do? And we really do what we do, which is bring people together. Last year we introduced augmented reality technology into TEDxKyoto events to do that. Try to bring people together. So to reach our goals of bringing people together, last year we introduced the AR technology. So we brought the AR to TEDx. Okay. So what is augmented reality? Now, this is an augmented reality conference, and as Eric said, there's people here from different sides of augmented reality. We have the technical people who are very, very passionate and very advanced as far as introducing the latest technology and bringing their expertise to taking technology to the next level. We also have people that are more on the art side and more of the implementation side of augmented reality. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about. Okay, we're good. Okay. So at this conference, there's people that obviously are experts about augmented reality. But we do have a live stream going on that's going out all over the world, and people may have come to this because they saw the TED name, or they saw TEDx name on the information, and so they may be coming to this not necessarily because of the augmented reality, but because they're interested in seeing how this technology is used at these type of events, or they're interested in TED or TEDxKyoto. So we want to make sure that everybody's kind of starting out at least on the same page as far as the technology goes. So we're going to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about what augmented reality is.
Just to talk about our live audience, I know advertising up to this event, the majority of the people watching online are K-12 teachers, higher ed teachers, and they have little to no knowledge of AR. So we're kind of melding the advanced, very knowledgeable people about AR inside the room today with us, and the people that we're introducing this and educating this technology to in the broader internet audience.
Good. That's a much clearer explanation than what I gave. So we're trying not to dumb it down for the people that are in the room. So we don't want this to be even too basic for you. We want to, but it will be fairly basic. But we definitely want to make sure that everyone out there watching the live stream does know what we're talking about when we're talking about augmented reality. So basically, augmented reality is a live copy, just read it right up from here, view of a physical, real-world environment whose elements are augmented or supplemented by computer-generated sensory inputs such as sound, video, graphics, or GPS data. So I know that the room is fairly bright, so with these white slide backgrounds, it is kind of hard to see some of this. So again, I'm just going to read that one more time real quick. Augmented reality is a live copy view of a physical, real-world environment. Elements are augmented, supplemented by computer-generated sensory input such as sound, video, graphics, or GPS data. So that's what augmented reality is. Taking an image of the real world and then laying some information over that. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people are familiar with virtual reality, and that's also a stream and a lot of talk about virtual reality at this conference here. And augmented reality is sometimes considered to be in the middle, in the continuum between what we experience and what we do in our daily lives in the real world, and what we see in a complete simulation in virtual world. So augmented reality is a whole spectrum in between there, and mixed and realities on one end and augmented on the other. So there's a whole wide range of augmented realities or between these two polar spectrums.
Okay, and Eric, you might want to, I don't know if you want to jump in on this too. This is, I know you talked about.
Yeah, just a good way to think about where we're heading with this technology. I like to talk about the progression of the mass media and the technologies behind how we communicate with each other. And you start with print, and then we start going into recordings and cinema, and that was sort of taking us between times. So putting something in a book, a recording, or a movie allowed people to start communicating through time. So you could pick up a book or a movie so many years after the fact and watch it or read it, experience it like it was something in the now. And that kind of switched over to radio and television into instant and mass communication from one person to many. And that changed again with the internet, and all of the previous mass medias are now combined into one place on the internet. So on the internet you can do your television, radio, cinema, recordings, and books all in the same place. And then with the mobile technology, you can now put that in your pocket, all the previous technologies, all the previous communication ways we communicate in your pocket. And now this is still kind of in the debate realm, and then actually there is a couple of TED Talks about this. We're going to talk about TED and TED. There's about arguing that augmented reality will be our 8th mass medium. And as far as the time scale goes, you can notice that they get closer together as we move towards the future. So we're about time frame, we're about due for a next mass media. And what it does now, instead of taking mobile technology now into our pockets with all the previous ways we communicate, now it's starting to even integrate it further into our minds, our bodies, and in the real world around us.
Okay, great. So that's where we are, and that's where augmented reality has developed from. That's a great way to view augmented reality and where it is now and where it's going, kind of trajectory of communication technology. And there's different types of AR as well. And Eric is probably the one to talk about this too.
Actually, I'm going to be discussing this in great detail later today, so I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but it's helpful when talking about creating AR environments, especially ones like we created for TED, to think about the ways we can categorize it. And one of the ways we can categorize it is what kind of technologies, what actual instruments are being used to collect real-world data that which we can augment. So, for example, in your smartphone, we have a bunch of different devices, like a camera or a sensing device to tell how fast you're moving, an accelerometer, and things like that. So what information we're taking from the real world to augment is a great way to think about how we're going to create these experiences.
And again, Eric will go into that much more detail later. So if you're interested in types of AR, keep tuning in. Well, don't tune out now and tune in later. I don't want to say tune in later. Keep tuning in, because there'll be more. A little preview to kind of set the stage for that. So possible media enhancements, things that you can actually do with AR. So we said that AR is taking an image of the real world and augmenting it somehow, adding a layer of technology, adding a layer of information over that. What types of enhancements are possible with it? Well, we have images, video, audio, 3D models, links, social media, any sort of hyper or HTML, JavaScript things put over these images. So you have your picture, you have your image from the real world, and then you lay things over that. You augment it, you enhance that reality by laying this layer of information. And everybody that I know that has seen Eric's, when Eric has introduced himself with his business card, we always like to play with it. He has a great 3D model of himself. His AR Eric over here that pops up off his business card. So that's an example of a 3D model. If you follow Eric, some of the people on the live stream have seen this before on his Twitter feed or on some of his other feeds. There's great pictures of Arik, I think we call him, the little AR guy that pops up in all sorts of cool places. Eric holds his business card out and takes a picture, takes a screenshot of that. So that's some of the things that you can add, some enhancements that you put on the image to make it augment that reality. And we used a lot of these in the AR that we did for TEDxKyoto. So a number of these, actually, almost all of them, I think we did.
I think we used all of those.
All of those enhancements were utilized for the TEDxKyoto. And some previous uses of AR. So in the talk that we're doing today, it's not just about TEDx. What we're doing right now is about the implementation of this technology and the utilization of this technology in TEDxKyoto. But talking about things more than that. So the students that are here are going to be talking about some of these other things. So I just want to briefly introduce some of this because this is the first session of the day. Some other uses. Some navigation. We have up in the top, I think the middle button. There we go. So right up here, we have some navigation uses of AR. So you hold up your smartphone. Smartphone brings in camera data from the street in front of you. I think it's Shiga Street in Kyoto. And then it lays some information over it. So what are those buildings? That's a bank, that's a restaurant. Just again connected to social media. You can maybe bring in some data of what people have said about that restaurant, about the service or the food. So that's for navigational purposes. GPS gaming, geocaching. Again, augmented reality can use the GPS data. So that's can use the GPS gaming. Also down here, translating, doing translation because it knows where you are. It knows the language that's used in that area. So you look at something and then you get a translation off that. Also, you can use the real sign that exists in the real world as a trigger. And if the person has if they're connected to the channel for that, then it's not really translating it. You've loaded a new image that is the translation, and the person is doing that by tapping that trigger. So it's not like a live translation in that case. It's actually using a pre-loaded image over that. So it looks like kind of like a live translation. Another use of it. And then also up here, this is kind of like navigation, but this is more for tourism. This is something that Eric's done up in, is this camera?
What you're seeing there is a shot actually from my office window, and it's just using location data from Wikipedia and overlaying that using the directional sensor on your phone. So it knows where you are, it knows where you're facing, and it will tell you, taking data from Wikipedia, what some of the spots listed on Wikipedia and where they are relative to you.
So that's all some of the previous uses of some AR in the tourism area. Also, educational uses of AR. So the students over here are maybe making some noise when they see the textbooks. So these are some previous uses of AR in education. So textbooks. AR can be used to augment the textbook. These are two examples of this. You can see Eric on there. These are a couple of textbooks that Eric's made. The Travel English and the one with English are some textbooks that utilize augmented reality.
These particular two projects. One is Travel English, which started out as an ebook, and then I incorporated some augmented reality on top of it. So that's from digital to even more deeper digital. And the second project is One with English, which started out as just a plain textbook, and then going back and sort of redesigning the print material to be enhanced properly with augmented material, supplementary data with things on the web, quizzes. This is an English textbook, so you can hear pronunciations, you can see definitions, you can see translations, and you can see video in real context about what the textbook is talking about, straight using the overlaying that information on top of what you're seeing on the textbook using your smartphone.
I'll just add a little bit to that. I do some digital publishing as well on the side. And Eric, in this textbook, one thing that's really important with the augmented reality textbooks is you have the space on the page for it. So just open up the book. It may look like there's some blank space, but what happens is when you hold your mobile device over that, that blank space becomes the video. So as teachers that are watching know, quite often with a textbook there's a CD or a DVD, and you have all your equipment set up, and you got to put the CD in, or you have to put the DVD in, and at the right time you have to play it and watch it. What happens with this is it's all of that digital information, the video and the audio, everything exists online, and the students will hold their smart device over that, and it'll pop up right there on what looks like right on the page, inside the view of their smart device. So it's different than a digital book. Definitely different than a digital book. With a digital book, you have on your screen, on your computer screen, you would click and watch the video in place, or it would pop up right there on your screen, or you'd click on the icon and you'd hear the audio. So the digital book does away with the DVD and the CD and those things. It's all just part of the electronic book. What this does is actually takes the physical book and enhances it with the AR, and then you see the media on your phone, on your device, but it looks like it's in the book. And quizzes and things like that can pop up links. So if you're especially with education, if you're using like an English lesson where you're talking about another country, you can have a link there, and they can click on that and jump out to the Wikipedia about that country, or they could jump out to travel information about that country, whatever. So it really, really enhances lots of things about what you can possibly do with the technology. So we're really no longer bound by the frame of the print, frame of the book. We're not really bound by that anymore. Take that physical print book, you can allow the students to leave that physical print book, really go anywhere in the world.
And like what I said earlier about categorizing AR, and with the information you're taking in digitally to augment, with that particular project with the textbook, now because you're using your smartphone, you know where you are in the physical world. So when I designed that, I made it so when you're in the classroom and when you're at home, what the digital things that are popping up from your textbook are different. So you can restrict or enhance what you see coming out from the augmented reality enhanced as where you are physically in the world. So I set the GPS parameters in our university in Fukushima. So you have to be physically present to collect some information, or you have to be at home. And so there's some other things you can bring in. It's just your physical attribution. You can even put in things like where you're facing, or you can make students go to a particular place to actually receive information too. So you're starting, this is all about the connection between the virtual and the whole idea with the spectrum between the virtual and the real world as well.
And one thing that I'll add, and this is a little bit of I guess I'll play the devil's advocate, a little naysaying on this as well. One of the limitations of this, and we have to be honest, is the internet, the connectivity to the internet. You have to have, with the smart devices now in your data plans, you don't really need the internet as long as you have that. But there is a limitation on what you can do, because the augmented material does exist online. So you have to be able to connect to that somehow. If you can't connect to it, then you're not able to utilize those resources. So that is a bit of a limitation of this. But as the technology advances, and particularly with the smartphones now, there's hardly ever a time when you don't have some connectivity to the internet these days. And that's also a real restriction with digital books as well. Particularly a lot of the publishing companies, their solution to digital books has been, or ebooks, has just been to throw it all up on the web. And that doesn't work for people that don't have good access, countries where they don't have good access. So what we've tried to do, the digital publishing that I do, is actually make it local on your own device with everything. You don't need an internet connection to actually use it. So there are some limitations to this, but those are generally going away. And just the last thing down here, some of the augmented reality folks will see this, and gamers will understand what this is. Last thing is some of the, it's a game called Ingress. It's a Google game that uses augmented reality to basically lay a layer of augmented reality over Google Maps. And why is this educational? Because it's a game. You might think, well, what's the educational part of this is the mission. And I do in my own teaching, I use a lot of task-based learning and I use a lot of gaming as well, where I send students off on quests or on missions to do things. And so this is an example of how you might be able to introduce augmented reality into an education setting by using missions on something like Ingress. So the students would actually go to a particular place, they would get the mission or the quest, task-based learning activity there, would then require them to go visit other places, gather other information, and then they would complete that task-based learning activity. So that's another kind of creative use. Up on the top, you have your textbook, task, project-based learning, what I just mentioned, and MAL. MAL is mobile-assisted language learning. We all, probably the educators that are watching the live stream, know what MAL is, computer-assisted language learning. MAL is mobile-assisted language learning. And augmented reality has great potential in MAL, mobile-assisted language. So you're doing it on your smartphone, not on a taking the technology out of the computer lab and taking it out into basically putting it in the students' hands so they can use it wherever they are. Okay, so that's a little bit about AR. What is AR? How it's used in tourism, and also how it's used in education, and some of the creative uses that we've done and we've also seen by implementing AR technology in other environments like tourism and education. But back to TEDxKyoto. So, needs of TEDxKyoto. The interaction between the participants and the partners, that was a key thing. We really had the interactive team had the mission, and the atmosphere team, the previous iteration of the interactive team, had the mission of creating an environment and interaction between participants and partners. So TEDx is made possible in part by very generous donations, financial donations and in-kind donations by partners. The support of numerous companies and institutions make this event possible. Traditionally, there's very little interaction, as we described earlier, between guests at an event and sponsors of an event. So again, in TEDx, we want to call our guests our participants, and our sponsors are partners. We want participants to interact with partners. That's what we wanted to do. And the engagement of the participants with each other was another one of the needs. Each other, with the venue, with the event. As we said, TED's mantra is ideas worth spreading. In that spirit, there needs to be ways for the participants to engage with each other, with the venue, and also with the partners. So those were some of the needs that TEDxKyoto had. Need for the participants to engage with the partners, so the partners could get some real value out of their investment in the event, and to allow and help and facilitate participants engaging with each other, with the venue itself, with the speakers, with the partners. Those were the needs that we got from TEDxKyoto. What did we do at TEDxKyoto? Now we're going to move into the actual case study. What did we do? So this is an introduction slide, but this is actually the stairs going up to the event. So right in the back there, that's the door. That's the stage. Okay? Yeah, maybe we can turn down the lights a little bit. That'd be great. Oops, we're on the timer again here, so I'm going to be jumping around a little bit. So I just described this real quick. This is the actual stage. So going into the event, that's where the speeches are happening. That's why everybody came to the event. The participants that come to TEDx events, and also TED events, don't come to hang out in the lobby. They don't come to hang out in the lounge. They don't come for the meals. They're very good meals, but they don't come for those. They come to go through that door, see what's going to happen on stage, hear those ideas on stage. But they spend a lot of time outside. They're not always in there. And so this is the stairs that go right up, and then they go through those doors, and then they're in. So what did we do? Well, we had to create an environment. We had to create an outside of this. And so this is, actually you can see two of the things that we did right here. We're going to talk about these in detail. This is one of the things that we did that's very, very low tech. Over here was kind of a middle technology activity where they didn't have to do much. They just had to walk by, but this is where we started to introduce the AR thing. And then this is at the dinner party afterwards. And we actually had some very, very interesting technology use with music and sound here. Okay. So last year's activities. What did we do last year? Well, we did basically 4 activities. Something called Messages to the Future. That was a very low tech. Augmented reality booths. App download with an augmented reality tweet rally, and then the sound and movement experience during the dinner party. So we basically did 4 things. And we did these things at different levels of engagement and different levels of technology for a specific purpose, something called scaffolding. The people, particularly the educators out there on the live stream, will understand the word scaffolding. Scaffolding is where you provide tools and resources to help the person engaged in the activity go up the ladder or reach the next level. So if you introduce something that's way beyond what they can possibly do or where they're comfortable going, they won't do it or they can't do it. So you introduce a ladder for them to be able to go up the activity on. So we have the technical skill level, low, medium, and high. So our events had basically 3 levels of technology or 3 levels of engagement. In the activity, the low tech was the messages from the past to the future. This theme, the message of the past to the future, was the theme of TEDx last year, learning from the past, discovering the future. And this was paper and pen. We had cards. They would write a message from the past to their future, and we would hang these up. Very, very low tech. And the scaffolding towards AR mastery of this, it was demonstrated by a volunteer. And the volunteer at this very low tech, non-AR event or activity introduced them to the next stage. Over there, you can take your program, and something cool is going to happen over there using something called augmented reality. So you take in the people on the very low tech end that might not be ready to go to the augmented reality stage using that technology. You allow them to do what they're comfortable with, engage with the event that way, and then if they're interested, you introduce them to the next. The medium technical level were the AR booths. And they didn't need to really do anything for this. They didn't need to download anything. They didn't really need to know anything. They would just come up with their program. And you've seen some pictures and some examples of this already, but we're going to show more later, where they would hold up their pamphlet and they would get that augmented way. And so this was actually to show them AR. This was where they were introduced to the AR, the practice of using it without the use of their own mobile device. So they experienced AR at this level. And then the high level tech was the AR application. They would actually download the app. They would download the app onto their own device, and they would go out and use it themselves. And they would explore the venue with the AR mobile app, and they would participate in the event using AR kind of on their own initiative. So you can see how the scaffolding allows people to enter at different levels of technological savvy or technological capabilities, and then move up as they're comfortable doing. So it's very purposeful in the way that we design this and the way that we set this up. So what we're going to do now is introduce the 4 activities. How are we doing on time, Eric? I just want to be sensitive to that. Speed up a little bit. Okay, we'll speed up a little bit. So again, first was our low-tech activity, or actually no-tech, unless you consider the pen and paper technology, and it was the messages to the past and the future. So this is what the activity was, and you can see basically what they did was they would come to this table, they would have these cards out here, they would write their message from the past, discover or create or explore the past, discover the future on the 2 sides of the card, and then we would hang them up. Those members of our audience that are familiar with Japan know if you go to a temple or a shrine in Japan and you get a fortune, you tie it up onto a tree or you tie it up onto some sort of installation. We were kind of evoking that feeling with this. We had this bamboo installation and they would tie them up there. So this is the actual preparation. We had to create the installation. We had to create the cards, and this is what it looked like. So that was making this actual installation. We had to make all the cards, and then we had this at the event. And this is where the collection. So they wrote their messages here, and we hung them up there. And this is it actually happening. This is the implementation of this. So you can see a person who wrote their messages, hanging it up. Right here is David. David's one of our volunteers, so he's monitoring that. He's letting her know what she needs to do, and he's also introducing the AR technology that's at the next booth. So that you can see it actually happening there. And then these are all the cards. I don't know how many cards we had. 100 and...
I think we have a slide about the specific numbers that we have for this, but it was over 300, I think.
Yeah, we'll show that at the end. You can see that this was a very popular activity. A lot of the participants did this. Okay. Come on in, join us if you want. If I think another session may have just gotten out. Come on in. Feel free to sit down and join in the middle. That's okay. We have a quick video that shows this. We don't have any audio coming out of this. Yeah, it's got nice music to it. Turn on the lights too. You've got the light thing. That last one was study hard, become president. Okay, so that was a little introduction, a little video about the low tech, the introductory activity that we had for the participants. Next is actual introduction of the AR technology, and these are the augmented reality stations, the booth. And the design of this, basically, we had screens connected to computers and webcams. The participants, that images can be projected or they can be put out, taking screenshots of those. So at these stations, the participants would come up without any of their own technology. They would have their program. They would hold up their program to a camera that was connected to a computer monitor. That the image would get augmented, and it would add something to that image to what the camera was grabbing. We would take a screenshot, and we would send that out, and then they could take it if they wanted to online. So this was no technology on the participant side. All they needed was the trigger, which was their program. We had the technology, but it introduced them to the AR. The reaction to this was great. A lot of good participation, very, very wonderful reaction. You see some of the results of that. So this is what it looked like, preparation of this. This was at one of our meetings where we were actually testing this. So we had a sheet that had the trigger, the program on it, and these are some of our members. And it would come up with TEDxKyoto was what got augmented over that there. We'd take a screenshot of it. And this was the actual booth. This was where it was happening. And so the participants would come up in the lobby. This was right outside the door. So people would come up as they were waiting in line to go in, or as they're coming in and out of the stage, they could do this. And this is what it looked like. So basically, you'd have the participant standing up here with her program. She would hold it up through the webcam here, and then this is what we would see on the screen. We would see the person holding up the program, and then this is what was augmented. I love TEDxKyoto. I heart TEDxKyoto. Kind of hard to see. Can you turn down the lights a little bit there? Yeah. You probably just leave them down from now on. That'll be okay. Yeah, much better, much better. So she's holding up a program. We're grabbing the image here. We're taking a capture. This is what it looks like, and then this is what it actually looked like at the end. So this is a program behind. This is the augmented piece of it. We would grab that, and then we would send that out through social media, and people could then see it if they wanted to. This was promoting the event actually outside the event as well, because we had Twitter feeds going on, and so people outside the event could also do this. People in the event could grab the hashtag and then retweet that out so they could show what they were doing. So it really allowed for a lot of participation. So that's what it looked like. See, we had great pictures, amazing, cool pictures. These were Buki actors, I believe. Great, great. There's Jay up there. Just lots of participants, and you can. They're small pictures, but you can see from this great diversity of participants, and everybody smiling. Everybody really liked this. It was really cool for them to see, and it really got them engaged with the event. This is what it looked like actually happening. Eric, can you do the sound again? The busy man over there. There she's actually doing it. So she's using the trigger. She's got the trigger. She's trying to grab the image. The image will come up here, and then we captured it. That's what it looked like. Okay, so that was some examples of it. You can see all the smiling faces, people really engaged, but again, low tech, they didn't really need to do anything other than stand there and have it augmented, had the reality augmented. Now, the high-tech activity that we did were the partner booths, the actual places where the people the companies and the institutions that had donated either finances or in-kind to make the event possible, they had their booths set up. What we did is we added things to their display that then were triggers for the augmented reality for the participants to come by. The participants would download the app. Again, this is high-tech. They would download the app, access the channel, and they could go to any of these these partner booths, hold their device over that, and then something would pop up, and they could then actually do a tweet rally from this. We actually had prizes for people who tweeted these things out. This required a lot more volunteers. We needed volunteers to help the participants do this. So this was very high activity on our side, but also very engaged activity on the participant side. So this is what it looked like, the preparation. Basically, what we had to do is we had to create triggers. So these are some of the triggers for it. So we have Zero Home, we have Fuji Xerox, we have Osaka Gas, are some of the partners that gave us resources for this. Those were all triggers that were created, and they were put up at the partners' booths. We had to do research about these to create or define the content that the triggers would then go to. So some of these things would go out to video, some of them would go out to like YouTube videos, that the advertisements that the company had put up. You could link to the company's website. So rather than just coming up and looking at the brochures that are on the table, you could do this, and you could actually watch the advertisements that the company had on TV, or you could go to the company's website, or you could go to the Wikipedia page about that company. You could learn a lot more. So it made it very, very interactive, very productive. But in the preparation stage, we had to do the research. We had to find the links to get all this information so we could do this. This was my task with Osaka Gas. So I researched Osaka Gas and got the videos and the links that Eric could then use on these. Okay? So the high-tech activity, the implementation of that. So up here, step 1, go to orientation.com. Step 2, download the app. Step 3, activate the TEDxKyoto channel. And then step 4, use your phone when you see this mark. So the participants would do these steps. So you can see this is a very high level of interactivity on the participant side. They would have to really use the technology. They'd have to download the app themselves. They would have to access the channel. And then as they walked around, they would be able to use it. And then we had the tweet rally. So anytime they saw this symbol, they could tweet on the AR view. There was a Twitter button. They could press that on their phone, and it would tweet out where they were. And so when we had prizes for people that did all of that. Okay? So that was a very high activity, but also very high engagement that we had. So this is what it actually looked like on the table. So these are the signs that we saw earlier here. Some of these signs, like the Osaka Gas sign here, or the Osaka Gas sign is here. And then when you actually looked at it through the AR, frying pan popped up, Twitter, frying pan popped up, the Twitter button popped up, the home page popped up, and a couple of YouTube videos that Osaka Gas had used popped up. So this is what it looked like as you just walked up with your eyes. This is what it looked like when you augmented it through your device. You got all of these options, what you can do with it. Provided a lot of interactivity between the participants and the partners. Again, this is the Zero Home, popped up like this. You had the web page, you had a YouTube video, and you could also tweet out from this. And then the last thing that we did, the last activity, was the sound and motion experience at the dinner party afterwards. And this was AR in a way.
Yeah, exactly. In a way.
Yeah, definitely was. It used some augmented reality, but it used it with sound and light. Basically, I'll show it to you. This is what it did. So basically, I'll just talk over this because you can't really hear what's happening on the screen. But music is playing on this computer, and there's a motion detector on the table, and you put your hand over the motion detector, and then you can create the image of light on the screen from the music. So you're actually seeing the sound. So you can see his hand actually on that. The light is coming out of his fingers. So the sound is basically, it looks like it's flowing from his fingers. And then depending on the pitch of it, if it's a low sound, it's red. The higher sounds get more blue. And then you can twist it. You can move the sound, the light that's coming out of your hand. It's kind of hard to get your head around without actually seeing it, but it's really, really cool.
People at the conference here will know what this device is. It's called a Leap Motion.
Okay, yeah.
And it's basically a fairly new infrared sensing device to allow laptops and PCs to use hand gesturing to control your PC. And what his name is Sakar Patel. He's on our interactive team, and he created this piece of software where, using this Leap Motion and audio being inputted into the device, you're able to create this video experience by using your own body's motion and the audio that's being come into the machine. So without any input, you won't see anything with this particular installation.
Very, very cool. A lot of people, and I don't fully understand it myself, and a lot of people that came up there, in fact, the gentleman in the video, didn't really know what was going on at first. And after Cigar explained it to him, he was like, wow, that's really, really cool. I'm actually seeing the sound. I'm actually manipulating the image of that sound. And it was very, very cool. But again, this is fairly high tech, and very high tech on the creation side. The implementation side, not so much. The person just had to come up and hold their hand over it. But it was very, very high tech, very engaged because it required the people to move. So there was quite a bit of engagement with that as well. And this was at the dinner party afterwards. Okay. So the outcomes of what we did. So those were the 4 events that we did, the 4 activities that we did. What were the outcomes of all of this? Basically, we had our, again, this slide looks a little bit familiar before. You have our levels of activity and what they had to do. So the activity instruments, we had the messages from the past, pen and paper, the AR booths, and the AR download application, which were the levels of technology and the levels of participation from the participant. And then the method of counting these. So these are basically our data results. We had the physical count of the cards. How many cards did we actually get? That's how we know how many people participated in this. We don't know how many people read the cards because the cards were hanging up, and people could, even if they didn't write a card, they could come up and read the cards. So that was probably higher. We have the screenshot count from the AR booth, so we know how many people actually did that level. And then we have the Google Analytics in the unique device count from the application download. And then the supplemental data, observations and volunteer notes from the cards. The volunteers were able to tell us about kind of how the people engaged with this and what their level of engagement was. We have the social media data and observations and notes from the volunteers as far as the middle one. I should stay out of the way of this, I guess, camera. And the last one, the AR trigger information, usage time, timestamp, social media data. So this is how we collected the information about the activities that we did to figure out how many people actually did it and how much interaction there was with this. Now you can see the level of participation. The low on the left, the blue, is our card count. These are the number of people that did the low level of technology. Obviously, that was the highest, 312 cards. We had 312 people actually write cards and do this. The screenshots with the AR booth, we had 107 people actually do this. We took 107 screenshots. There's a lot of people standing around the sides and looking and watching as this was happening. Well, but the actual screenshots that we captured were 107. And a lot of those screenshots had maybe 2 or 3 people in them. So that was more people participating, but the actual number of screenshots was 107. And then over here, the number here is 45. It's hard to see the number with the light. But that was the high tech where people actually downloaded the app themselves, accessed the AR channel, went out and actually did stuff with the partner booths, was 45 people, which was obviously the lowest, but that was actually pretty good given the level of engagement that was needed by the person. The person really had to do this. They had to download an app to their phone and actually do it.
Can I comment on that? A couple of interesting things about this particular outcome. I think at the total event, Jay, we had about 800 people at the complete event. So that even raises further. So the people that are engaged, even in the low tech, it kind of goes down. So we have low tech, medium, and high tech. And each time, of course, we have some drop-offs because one of the main things is there's only maybe 15 to 20 minutes, I think, between the sessions that we had. So to download, so to explain AR, to get up to these levels, each takes a couple of minutes. So if you could get through the top quickly, or if you got to the first ones quickly enough, you were able to get to the end of it. So that was a time constraint that we had with those two. But also the thing that I like to have this explained is the theory of the diffusion of technology. And this matches up very well with this theory that the higher tech that we go, we have the innovators, the first adopters, and then the main group of people using technology and the laggards. So we can see these numbers, and if we put that on a normal curve, according to the diffusion of technology, these numbers almost match up perfectly with it. So it's a very interesting outcome, is the fact that we have our participants at the event, and then we have our innovators, our early adopters, and our main group of people really willing to just wanting to write on a piece of paper. So it's a great example about how, especially people at this conference here, are all in the high tech. So people that would come to the event like this would probably already jump to the high, but we have a skewed number of innovators and early adopters here at this event. So this is because TED is so wide, attracts such a wide range of people. I think that's why it melds up so perfectly with the overall societal slope of early adopters versus laggards and the diffusion of technology.
Yeah, good, great. And the people that are at the low tech end, and Eric's explanation is great, aren't really the laggards. They're kind of the people that are where most people are. They're using the current technology that they're comfortable with. They might be interested in the other stuff, but they haven't quite found it yet. And then we have some Google Analytics about this, and showing kind of each of the things. And so, kind of small, kind of hard to see. Do you want to say anything about it?
I could go into detail of like how many. I think there was an average of each item, each booth item, people only spent a maximum, usually about 3 to 5 seconds on. So we know how much time we were spending on each booth. But we know which ones they went to more than others, and we could give that information back. But we knew that because of the time constraints before, people were downloading the app, but also there's another time constraint, being able to go and have time to explore all the different booths. And so the numbers that were close to the actual area where we had people helping people download the app and explain what it is, the people accessing those triggers as augmented reality triggers were quite high, but if you had to explore a little bit more on your own, those numbers were very, very low.
Good. That's great. And again, for that are maybe watching this or here, one of the main purposes for this was to give the partners more value for their investment in the event. So to be able to give back data on how long people were actually at the booth, how much did they actually engage with what we're doing, is very valuable information for those partners to have. And so if you do add augmented reality technology to an event such as this that has sponsors, or in our case has partners, you can really give them back some really good information that they would not have otherwise. They may have some anecdotal information about how long the person hung around their booth. You ask them, we actually know kind of the level of interactivity that they had with that booth using this AR technology. So it's valuable information as you're going out and recruiting partners or recruiting sponsors for your event. Telling them that you can do this is very attractive to them. Future uses. I don't know, we're a little short on time. We started about 15 minutes late, but we do have to go to the next session.
I can just briefly say that if you're interested in TED and what we're doing with AR at TED, that we're going to be expanding on these again this year with some of our partners. So you can find more information on that next slide too. It really depends on the partners and what they're bringing to the table, because we want to use some of their technologies, or some of the partners that you've already seen. We want to be able to use their things and implement it in what we're doing with our stuff as well. So how that's going to look really depends on what kind of equipment and what we want to integrate in to the next event. And that event is on November 8th.
November 8th, yes, November 8th. And again, for our people that are watching this out on the internet on the live feed, you'll be able to actually access some of the TEDxKyoto. You can go to the website now, TEDxKyoto website, see what we did last year as far as the speakers are concerned, and you can also get information about this year's event from TEDxKyoto website. So for more information about what we talked about today, you have theorientation.com, ericahawkinson.com, and also TEDxKyoto.com are the places to go to get more information about what we did last year, what TEDxKyoto did last year, and also looking forward to this year's event, what we're going to bring to the event as using AR technology with the interactive team, but also what is the TEDxKyoto event going to be this year? Speakers, what's going to happen there. So I think we kind of wrapped it up. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone online that watched our session, and thank you to the people that are here. And we're going to move on, I guess. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Martin.
Yep.
Okay, so Aaron, if you can hear me, I'm going to switch over, and I'm going to show the people in the room the live feed. We're going to have a speaker from Germany joining us. She's got her PhD in a school in Germany, but she spent a couple years here in Japan studying kind of the socio-economic side of AR, and is between the cultures of Germany and Japan. And she's going to do kind of like a stakeholder analysis for us as far as who's using AR, what companies are revolving around AR and the whole overall way that it's moving towards, and give us sort of a cultural perspective on what that might look like. So if you bear with us for just a couple minutes, I'm going to switch over the screen here to the live feed, and we'll probably see Erin, our googly person, for a minute here, and she can help us switch over to Sarah. So just bear with us for a couple minutes and we'll get that set up.
All right there, guys. Hey there, everyone. As soon as we get going here and I'm on the live feed, we're going to bring Sarah up and get started. All right, we're going to go back to the room just for a minute because they're still working on it. All right there, guys. All right, so I'm going to bring us over to Sarah, and I'm going to let her take it away. All right, here we go.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Great. So I'm going to activate my presentation, okay? I hope you guys can see my presentation now. To introduce myself, my name is Sarah Jacoby and I'm from Germany, as Eric mentioned before. I'm at the moment working on my PhD in information science, and I'm also working as a project manager and conceptor at an internet company. My talk today will focus on my research project for my PhD, which is about, as you can see, augmented reality and the stakeholders of augmented reality. Okay, to get started, first of all, I'm going to do a very brief definition of augmented reality. Then I'm going to explain my research approach, and I'm going to present afterwards a case study on Metaio, and then I'm going to focus on some lighthouse projects, and at the end I'm going to present first results and talk about the next steps in my research. So, what is augmented reality? We had the definition of this before, but I'm going to explain it again. Augmented means enhanced, and augmented reality, though, means enhanced reality. In general, you can say that there's no generally accepted definition yet. So there are people who define augmented reality rather broad, like combining digital information and real world, and other people who do a very strict definition, like using GPS data connected to seeing real objects with augmented objects on top. 1 second, please. Can someone hear me? Hello? Okay, I'm going to continue.
We can hear you there. I just, if you want to make the slide bigger, but otherwise we're on the right side and it looks good. Keep going.
Okay. Let's see. Are the slides now big?
No, we can only see your slide view. So we're on the augmented reality definition, but we can still see your PowerPoint deck.
Okay, that's kind of strange because I activated the full view. Sorry for that.
That's all right.
I think I was. Can you see this screen now? Augmented
Yes.
reality definitions.
Yeah, that's the screen we're seeing right now.
Okay, so I will just click through my presentation. I'm sorry for the bad view, but
that works. We can see it all. It's good.
okay. So I did a kind of graphic. I think Eric told about this graphic before, because on the left side you have the real world, and on the right side you have the virtual world. And augmented reality is in between. So, for example, on this picture you can see real cherry trees. In the middle pictures you have real cherry trees connected with a virtual avatar. And on the last picture everything is virtual. So augmented reality basically is in this space. So about augmented reality today, as I said before, the definition of augmented reality is still unclear. It is still not yet fully accepted by users, customers, companies. There are no standards. So if you, for example, if you are using different augmented reality apps, you have to download different apps, and it's quite complicated. This is nothing like the internet where you can access all pages by using only one internet browser. But nevertheless, the technologies are developing, and augmented reality is becoming part of our daily life, at least of the people with smartphones and internet access. So the next point is about my research approach. Well, I started with thinking augmented reality is quite interesting, and it's rather new, and well, who is going to use it and why, and who are the people that are important to promote augmented reality, and the companies that are early adopters and using augmented reality already, what are their strategies, aims, and business goals, and well, who are the most influential people at Japanese AR activities or at the Japanese AR community. And my last question was, what is the attitude towards the most discussed parts of the, how to say, the internet world today, which is data security and privacy protection. So my research is set in the field of information science, since I'm an information scientist, and well, it's divided, or it's part of both things like infonomics and information ethics. Infonomics is the combination of information and economics, and information ethics is about ethics and information. So what methods did I use? I'm trying to do a stakeholder analysis. Stakeholders are all people and organizations that are connected to something, a project or whatever, like, well, the individuals that are paying for a project, the people who are using it, the people who are opposed to a project, whoever is connected to it. And my second method is a network analysis, because I not only wanted to identify who is connected to augmented reality, but also who is how important in that field. Like, somebody who's opposed to augmented reality but not talking to anybody is not as influential as, for example, Eric, who's very active in promoting augmented reality. What I did practically was I attended conferences and exhibitions, art exhibitions as well. I did interviews, online surveys, sorry, a media analysis, and I analyzed AR applications and AR campaigns. And in the first step of my research, I did that in Japan quite a while, and then I went back to Germany and well, was trying to think how to continue, but then something happened which screwed up all my research approach, but I will talk about this more later. While I was being in Japan and then back in Germany. I had contact to about 40 persons who are active in the field of augmented reality. I had contact to about 25 companies and universities, and I did 13 lengthy interviews. And so far I had only 13 answers to my online survey, but I'm still working on that. And I read about 150 online articles about augmented reality in Japan, and they were featuring about 50 AR applications. So now I'm going to talk about a company I think many of you may know. This company is called Metaio, and it was quite a surprise for me. Because when I came to Japan to study how augmented reality is happening in Japan, I met at quite, how to say, many places, many AR apps, talking with many people, a company that is named Metaio. And Metaio is a German company, so it was quite kind of strange to be in Japan researching on Japanese augmented reality and meeting a German company. So here are a few facts about Metaio. Metaio names itself the Augmented Reality Company. It was founded in 2003. The main branch is located in Germany, and Metaio's main product are augmented reality applications and software for creating AR applications. On the one hand, they offer completely customized AR solutions for customers. Using those solutions, you would never guess that you are using a Metaio product. They are offering the Metaio SDK. This is a software development kit that is addressed to developers who can use this kit to develop their own AR applications. And then there's the Metaio Creator that is addressed to people without programming skills that want to do augmented reality. And it's quite easy to use. In short, Metaio created an AR app to enable you as a person to create your own content in different sizes, like for your own company or just for your own self, for your friends, for example. But Metaio does not only offer this SDK and the possibility to create your own AR content, but it was also very active in promoting augmented reality. They organized quite big AR conferences named Inside AR, and in 2014, for example, they held a conference in Tokyo, one in Peking and one in Munich, which were rather successful, and they were also very active in the field of research and development. Metaio is worldwide active. They have a side branch located in the US, not only in Germany. The software was worldwide available, and the countries they had no side branches in they were presented via partners and certified developers in Japan, like DNP and Cybernet. I did 2 interviews with Metaio, and they said that their most important markets were Germany, USA, and Japan. And in Japan especially, Junaio was quite a success. Junaio is a mobile AR platform that was built by Metaio, and that allowed to unlock digital information from places, products, and sites around you. So what augmented reality do? Junaio offered the opportunity to browse AR content that was created with the Metaio or Junaio software or the customized software by Metaio. Well, and Junaio is really successful in Japan. They had about 100,000 developers using the Metaio SDK, and Metaio in total, well, how to say, did AR applications for more than 1,000 brands. So it was a really big player. Now I'm going to present some projects in Japan that were active while I was in Japan. One was the Penguin Navi. This was an application that guided people from Ikebukuro Station to the aquarium with penguins you could follow, like you can see on the image. I hope everyone can see it. Penguins walking in front of you and so leading you to the aquarium. And another campaign was the Starbucks AR marketing campaign. To participate in that campaign, you had to buy a Starbucks card like this, and you had to scan this card with your cell phone. And after that, you could create pictures of you or any real objects combined with flowers and this butterfly. And it was just an possibility to take photos and post those photos online. Another very famous application of Metaio was the application Audi Kurzinfo. That's a German name. The app helped to identify buttons and functions within an Audi A3, that's a car, if you don't know, by scanning the interior of the car. So you could place your cell phone about any button in your car you wished, and you got additional information like what is this button doing and how do you have to use it. And the app was also available in Japanese. To gain access to this application, you had to download it via Google Play or iTunes. So Metaio, in short, was really a successful company until May this year, because then Metaio was bought by Apple. And after being bought, the first thing they did was to close their webpage. The webpage is now looking like this. And you really nearly don't get any information on Metaio itself. But they did not only close the website, they also closed the possibility to buy the Metaio SDK or to buy others related to that. So, when doing my research in Japan and meeting Metaio, I was thinking about focusing my research on Metaio and comparing the activities Metaio did in different countries, like in Germany, in Japan, and in the US. But with Metaio being bought by Apple, I'm not longer able to do that. So I have to rethink the focus of my research. Another very famous Metaio app is the IKEA AR app. It was available in Japan in 2014. And at the same time, it was available in quite a few other countries in the world, for example, in Germany as well. Using this app, you were able to place furniture, augmented furniture in your real flat, and you could try how it would fit into your flat and if you like it or not. And this catalog was quite advanced. I myself tried this application, but I was not completely convinced because it was not so stable and it was really hard to place, for example, this sofa in any room because it was jumping depending on where you put the catalog on the floor and what you did with your cell phone. So what IKEA did in the year afterwards, they kind of reserved their strategy. They turned around completely and they focused on, well, the catalog itself. They were like, this is very small, like a small laptop. It has energy forever. You don't have to recharge it and you can touch it like the most modern touch screens with your hands. So IKEA kind of moved away from augmented reality. As I said before, another approach to my research was visiting exhibitions, and that was really kind of fun. For example, this is an exhibition at the Tokyo Metropolitan Museum of Modern Art, and there was an artist who presented paintings that were interactive. You could just go to certain places on the floor. They were marked with things like this, and you could start moving, and the animals in the picture reacted to the movements you made. And you could see yourself while doing this. And that was really quite successful and really funny, and people enjoyed doing it. On top, they were using kind of glasses to enhance even those pictures. And when wearing those glasses, you could see little animals like this fly, depending on the picture you were looking on. But this application was quite unstable and did not work so well. Another very interesting project I came to know was called Neonatally. This project was about how to teach people to help babies breathe, and this issue is really important for not so developed countries because there are lots of kids dying because nobody knows how to handle breathing problems. To improve on this situation, they not only developed this puppet, but they connected this puppet with augmented reality applications on iPads, which you could bring to even places with no electricity at all. And well, I'm not sure how this project is doing at the moment, but back then it was really interesting, and I'm really interested in how this worked out. The next case study I want to feature is a small company in Germany. The company is an internet company too, like my own company. And they were quite engaged in augmented reality. They invested in the development of possible AR applications and just did research on it and created content to try and to present the content to customers on trade fairs and things like that. Especially they were focused on using AR for e-learning, and of course the main aim of the company was to sell AR to customers. And this company was, before being active in augmented reality, they were quite interested in virtual reality, but they turned away from virtual reality because it's hard to access for most people, because you have to create a complete 3D environment, which is expensive. You have to do a lot of explanation, and well, in the end they were not so successful with selling any of it. So they decided to turn to augmented reality because AR is interesting, it is easy to implement, and the costs are rather low if you just want to try it. But it didn't work because using augmented reality for e-learning, which meant for them connecting augmented reality content to really a lot of different places, was too expensive. The customers were very much interested, but they were stopped by several things. For example, if you had one very interested person, the person was really nearly always stopped by more conservative members of his company. And one of the other main reasons is that they all said that the AR applications are not stable enough yet. So the company invested quite a lot of money, but so far didn't have any actual projects featuring augmented reality that were being paid. The next case study is on a programmer, a developer. The developer is 28 years old and male, and he has a job as a programmer and is active. I'm well, he's active in a way in augmented reality, though he himself would not say it. And I'm not so sure if you can say it. And this is why I'm focusing this case, because he did a kind of tourism project for the city he's living in. The project was quite successful. It was funded by a major German bank company, and the project featured a city guide with QR codes that were linked to additional information. And the QR codes were tagged on already existent brass panels that were explaining or talking about the history of the city. And people just could walk around the city and do a guided tour with using those QR codes, and they were related, as I said before, to additional information. The project was really successful. It was wide success in the media, and they were talking a lot about it. Well, and for me, the interesting point is this guy was very strict with the definition of augmented reality and said QR codes are not the reality, even though they are tagged to real objects. They are not reality, and due to this, my project is not augmented reality, but just an app I programmed. And I think this is interesting because I talked to other people who said this is augmented reality, using QR codes or whatever and connecting these things you can touch with your hands with digital information totally is enough to define it as augmented reality. The next thing was an interview I did with a person who's working for an airplane company, which I'm of course not allowed to say which company. And he was really interested in augmented reality in relation to tracking movements of employees by using augmented reality. These employees had to move through the landed airplanes and do certain things on certain places, and he wanted, on the one hand, to combine these real objects with an explanation how to use the object, but on the other hand, to having them scan those objects and so make sure that they at least were physically at those objects. And the aim of this idea was to reduce the downtime, because providing maybe needed information so that they don't have to ask or check up things, so to speed the whole process up, and on the other hand to guarantee that they did their jobs. And reducing downtimes with airplanes is the same as reducing costs for the airplane company. So for him, augmented reality really offers opportunities to save money. But again, obstacles, of course, because on the one hand, they had the problem with data security, because in the places of the airplane where the people were, sometimes even cell phones were not allowed because they didn't want people to take photographs. And the other thing, again, was that the AR applications that are at the moment on the markets are not stable enough. And at last, of course, again, conservative stakeholders who were not convinced of augmented reality. So this didn't happen. My last major showcase is Vogue Germany. I'm not sure if you all know Vogue. Vogue is a big fashion magazine that is active around the world. Nearly every major country has its own edition of Vogue. In Germany, Vogue is using augmented reality since September 2014 and ever since. There are in every edition augmented reality parts. They are using the app Blipper and not Metaio. And the benefits for them are that they could add additional images to the images they're featuring in the paper magazines. They can do raffles with augmented reality, and they can connect behind the scene videos to articles or pictures they are doing. And most important, by using augmented reality, they can place a thing called to action, which refers to offering customers the possibility to buy or act on the spot. So they connected shopping galleries as well to the Vogue content. And as far as I know, this is going rather successful, at least concerning images and videos and the shopping galleries, but things like raffles aren't working because of the thing that it is not stable enough, and they didn't connect it quite perfectly to the cell phone use. My last showcase is Eric. I met him when I was doing my research in Japan, and as you all know, he's doing tourism and textbooks and all, and using augmented reality and really promoting it on different occasions like this conference or the TEDxKyoto. So now I'm going to talk about the first results I got. This is a graphic of stakeholders I only identified by analyzing Metaio, and this is quite a lot of stakeholders. There are, on the one hand, Metaio itself with all his departments. On the other hand, there are the certified developers and partners. Then there are independent developers. Universities are using Metaio. Researchers are working on Metaio. Media is reporting on Metaio. Metaio is doing business-to-business solutions and business-to-customer solutions. You have PR and marketing departments that are using augmented reality. Then there's the technical support. You have artists. The mobile phone providers are players in augmented reality. Hardware providers that are offering glasses with which you can use augmented reality applications. You have the end users that are using the AR applications, and you have the e-learning industry and so on. So this is really a mess of stakeholders. The same goes for the relation between stakeholders. There are various relations like knowing, supporting, selling, applying, paying for augmented reality applications, working on them, using them, etc. So my main conclusion is that I have to narrow my focus to enhance my study and my research results. Also, of course, I came to know which are the most used tracking methods and how to say which applications do need which access to your cell phone. Like very often used for augmented reality is, of course, your location, camera, your photos are quite often accessed, your phone, the device IDs and call informations, etc. So this is really a big issue in augmented reality as well. Well, and basically that's the thing I wanted to present today. So as I said before, since Metaio was bought by Apple, I have to rethink my research approach, and I need to focus on certain aspects, and I'm not yet sure on which. But of course, I want to continue collecting data, and I want to focus on another country, not only on Japan and Germany, but I really would like to focus on US. And so at the moment, I'm research. Well, and that's it. Is anybody still here?
We're all back here, and we're going to bring it back into the room so we can see what's going on. Doo-doo. All right, everybody, we're going to come back in here. All right, we have no audio currently in the room and no feed. If anybody has any questions, please tweet them out right now as we come back in here and go back into the room.
So, but you were able to hear my presentation.
Yes, it was perfect.
Great.
Totally came through the whole time. All good. Let's see. All right, coming back into the room now.
Information, etc. So this is really a big issue in augmented reality as well.
Oh, they're not finished. They're a little bit lagged behind you. I'll wait until we resume.
Okay, I'm going to close my mic.
Sounds good. I'll let you know if we got any questions.
Sure, but of course I want to continue collecting data, and I want to focus on another country, not only on Japan and Germany.
All right, we're having a lag right now because we're waiting for it to finish in the room.
And so at the moment I'm with research. Well, and that's it. Anybody still here?
Oh, yeah.
We're here.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron told her that we're behind, so.
All right, well, we're ready to be back live whenever anybody has any questions. We're going to bring it back into the room so we can see what's
She's
going on.
about 2 minutes ahead, so
Yeah.
give that time to catch up to us, and then we'll hop in.
Did you just tell her that? Yeah.
All right, everybody, we're going to come back in here. Martin, can you hear me?
Yes.
2 minutes behind.
It's never going to sync up completely. The questions will be 2 minutes apart. So if anyone has any questions, you can mute that up there, and then you can do it right now. As we come back in here, go back into the room. We're never going to sync up completely.
Hear my presentation.
She says we're never going to
Yes,
sync
it was
up
perfect.
completely.
Totally came through the whole time. All good. So why don't you mute the big one and ask if anybody has any questions, and Sarah's on with me here.
Information, etc. So this is really a big issue in augmented reality as well.
We're back
Oh,
here now.
they're not finished. They're a little bit lagged behind you. I'll wait until you're
Gonna come back with the sound here, Eric? Just a
I'm going
second.
to close my mic.
Sounds good. I'll let you know if we got any questions.
It should be not good. But of course I want to continue.
All right, we're waiting for our technical issues to be cleared up here as soon as we get some people back up and on. Time sync problem. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching so far today. We have more coming up with augmented reality and all kinds of other fun stuff. And we're going to come back into the room here in a second and see if we have any questions for Sarah. I can sing some elevator music, but I don't think it'll help. So we'll just wait.
Can you hear me, Aaron?
Yes, I can hear you. Can't see anything, but I got your Martin's image there. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
We got you there. We can see you now.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Are we back?
Yes, you are live. You're back.
You might not have to unplug that.
I don't think they can hear me.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Oh, move
thanks,
over.
Sarah, for that that talk. She mentioned, you talked a lot about Matayo, which is kind of like a elephant in the room at this conference, because it used to be linked with this conference a lot, and we actually were talking with them at TEDxKyoto too. So, and not only her research, but my research has been affected by what happened to but I'm going to talk a little bit about how I'm presentation if we can. So the next talk, we're going to show some student presentations about how they're using AR in the classroom in non-technical fields, marketing and tourism and libraries. And these presentations are going to be in Japanese. So if you have questions in English, I will do my best to kind of summarize what they've said afterwards in English, and I will do my best to probably very poorly translate your questions to them and get them answered if there's any on the live feed or in the room as well. So first we have Professor Kato. Hopefully that's a little better. First we have Professor Kato. We work together, we're colleagues at Seibi University in the north part of Kyoto Prefecture. His main research area is in statistical analysis and marketing, and he is using AR in a couple of his classrooms, sort of a project-based learning education style, and he's going to talk about how he's implemented that in his curriculum and started using AR in some of his student-led senior thesis projects for undergrad students. So, Professor Kato, onegaishimasu.
整備大加藤です。よろしくお願いします。今回学生と一緒にいろいろ今やってるんですけど、プロジェクトで、それを、今回発表しようと思います。で、タイトルとして大学教育における AR の活用事例ということで発表します。で、事例として、活用事例として、道の駅、少しちょっと落としてもらっていいですか、ライト。道の駅、一つ目として道の駅での、マップの改良。で、二つ目はラジオ局のタイムテーブルの改良です。で、三番目にオープンキャンパスでの施設紹介を行っています。で、AR の活用の目的なんですけど、既存の、PR するようなもの、タイムテーブルだったり、マップだったりっていうのに、新しい情報、PR 効果を与えるということと、また、AR っていう新しい、技術を使って、新しい技術を使って、注目を引くっていうことを目的に、活用しています。で、一つ目の道の駅でのマップの改良なんですけど、これは学生に発表させたかったんですけど、今日二人ともちょっと参加ができなかったので、私の方が紹介します。この道の駅でのマップの改良っていうのは、国交省の方が道の駅管理してるんですけど、国交省と地元の大学っていうのが、コラボして、いろいろ連携して何かやりましょうっていうのをやってます。そのプロジェクトの中の一つになってます。こちらです。 で、ケイレイさんっていう子が、マーケティングをやりたいということで、マーケティングリサーチなんかを、手法を用いて、いろいろ現状調査だったり、課題の抽出なんかを行っています。で、この廃業の方が、AR を使ってマップの改良なんかをエリック先生と一緒に行っています。で、2番目のラジオ局のタイムテーブルの改良に関しては、インターンシップで、3年生のホマンが行っているので、その時に課題として、コミュニティラジオなので、なかなかリスナーが増えないということで、リスナーを増えるような形で AR を使って PR をしようということで行っているものです。で、3番目のオープンキャンパスでの施設紹介っていうのは、まあ、本学のあまり大きな大学ではないので、高校生に対して新しい技術を使って、少しインパクトを与えて、新しく来てもらおうっていう、そういう形で AR を使ってます。また、その AR を使うことによって、いろいろ施設の中をいろいろ探検してもらって、施設自身も紹介しようということで活用しています。で、道の駅のマップの改良は私の方が説明すると言ったんですけど、道の駅、まあ、ノーションサトヤクノっていうんですけど、本学が、立地している口山市にあります。で、この道の駅はなかなか来場者っていうのが少ないっていうのが課題として出てきてるんですけど、それに対して、現状分析だったり課題の抽出を行っています。で、7月末に中間報告という形で、ケイレイさんの方が行っているので、その報告結果を元にして少し説明していきます。では、道の駅って何なのかっていうと、まあ、日本に在住されている方は、よく知ってると思うんですけど、安全で快適な道路環境の提供だったり、地域振興なんかを行っています。で、基本コンセプトとしては、まあ、トイレだったり駐車場なんかがある休憩施設があるものであったり、情報発信機能ですね。まあ、地域の観光情報なんかもそこ行けば分かりますよっていうような情報発信の機能であったり、地域連携機能、地域産業の振興なんかもこういうところで行っているところあります。で、もっと大きく2つに分けると、ゲートウェイ型、ドライブインなんかもこれが当たるかもしれないんですけど、地域外から、その地域の方に来てもらって、活力をもらおう。観光振興なんかこれに当たるかなというふうに思うんですけど、もう一つが地域型の、地域センター型って言われるものです。地域の核になるような、産業の核になるようなことをここでやっていこうというような施設があります。まあ、地域産業だったりですね。あと、地方の特産品のブランド化だったり、6次産業化っていうのをこの道の駅のところで売っていくっていうのもこれに当たるかなって思ってます。で、彼女は、この道の駅、対象としている役の道の駅っていうのは、こちらの、地域センター型っていう形で言ってます。それは、いろいろ施設があるんです、ここは。で、ドライブインみたいな形になってなくて、いろんな施設11あるんですけど、その中で、まあ、ホテル、宿泊機能を持っているものだったり、レストランなんか、また温泉なんかあるんですけど、いろいろ特徴的な、郷土資料館だったり、まあ、特産品である渦市を PR するような施設なんかがあって、彼女自身は、この道の駅は地域センター型だっていうふうに分類しています。で、またいろんな調査を行っているんですけど、最大のイベントがあるんですが、まあ、2万5千人ぐらい来場するようなイベントに参加してみて、来場者の行動分析をしたり、STPA だったり、マーケティングミックスにも基づいたリサーチを行って、マネージャーにヒアリング調査を行って、まあ、課題だったり現状分析なんかを行っています。課題の抽出なんかを行っています。で、リサーチの結果、マップっていうのが複数あると。同じようなマップが何個もあって、特徴がないっていうのをマネージャーの方が言われていることがありました。それだったり、今後の課題として、まあ、道の駅の利用層を広げるために何かしていこうっていうふうに考えています。で、もう一人一緒にやっている子がいるんですけど、その子がこの2つの課題、 に着目して、マップが複数あって特徴がないんであれば、特徴をつけていこう。また利用者の拡大にそれをつなげていこうということで、この廃業が、道の駅のマップに AR を用いて改良を行っています。エリック先生と一緒に。で、先ほど類似の道の駅っていう説明をしましたけど、これが一番わかりやすいマップの一つ。これは行政の方が出しているマップなんですけど、こういった形で広い敷地内に11の施設が分布している、それをこうプロットしていってます。で、裏のページで、各月の説明だったり、メインとなるようなイベントの説明を行っている。で、2つ目のマップは、これは道の駅自身が作っているマップなんですけど、また同じようにプロットしていると、施設を。で、裏にその施設ごとの説明が少し書かれているというマップです。で、3つ目のマップとしては、ちょっと変わってて、これは観光協会の方が出してるんですけど、ここが道の駅と。で、周りにこういった形で観光施設があるので、観光地の名所だったりっていうのがあるので、その説明をしていると。表で。で、裏で特産品だったり、イベントを紹介していると。これは少しちょっと特徴あるかなとは思うんですけど、やはり目につくほどではないと。インパクトは少ないということで、この3つのマップも表面と裏面の構成がほとんど似てるし、各施設の特徴、均等に配置しているので、施設の特徴がわからないという問題点があります。で、改良時としては、なら施設を絞って特徴を出したらどうかということで、彼女は考えて AR を活用しています。で、11あるので、1つに絞ると。その対象施設を役の、木と漆の館館っていう施設に絞りました。で、特徴っていうのは、役のには漆かきっていう、漆器、わかりますかね？黒いこう器とかあるんですけど、その黒い部分が、液を取るのを漆かきっていうんですけど、この PR をしている企業なんかがスタッフにいたり、漆塗りの体験なんかができます。で、漆製品、ここですね、を売ってたりもします。で、漆かきの道具っていうのはこういった形であるんですけど、これがわかるように AR 使ってます。で、漆の体験をここではできますよと。体験中と完成品。あとは、動画として、漆かきっていうんですけど、その時の動画を流していると。映すことに。これをオーバーレイとして使っています。で、裏面は、今度各イベントが載ってたので、その中に一つ、漆の館のイベントをやっているわけですけど、有名な作家が作った製品を展示しているイベントがあるので、そのイベントの360度の画像を、裏面をトリガーとしてここに飛ぶようにしています。そうすることによって、このイベントを分かるようにしています。で、今回、彼女が行って、AR のメリットと感じたのは、まず AR を知らない人への印象は確かに大きいです。で、2つ目に、既存のマップ等の情報を追加することができるので、とても有効だというふうに言ってます。ただ、デメリットとしては知らない人っていうのは全く利用しなかったり、利用しづらいという意見は多数ありました。また、既存の機能、ホームページなんかの情報量と比べると、やはり少ないということはよく言われているので、どうやって差別化を図っていくのかっていうのがデメリットとしてある。今後の課題としてあるっていうふうに言ってましたね。で、今後の課題なんですけど、他の施設もいっぱいあるので、そういったバージョンごとのものを作りたいと。また、四季折々、こういった形で雪もたくさん降るので、四季折々のバージョンを作りたい。他のイベントがあるので、他のイベントを紹介するようなものを作りたいというふうには言ってます。で、今回、道の駅に関しては、これで説明終わりますけど、 1番目の道の駅は説明終わりますけど、次は、ラジオ局のタイムテーブルの開業と、オープンキャンパスの施設紹介はそれぞれ学生から紹介してもらおうと思います。ではよろしくお願いします。
はい、はい、お願いします。Welcome back. Thank you, Professor Kato, for that. We're running a little bit over on time, and we're also having a slight issue with battery in our presenting laptop. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to lunch a little early right now. We're going to take about a 1-hour break, and we're going to come back with what we had planned on. We're going to do 2 presentations, student presentations. Mr. Homan and Mr. Otsuki, but we're going to do lunch in the meantime. We're going to come back to that after our break. So if you're watching on the live stream, you can go away for at least an hour and come back, and we will continue where we left off. All right? All right, thanks. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, everyone, so we hope you'll stick around. It's going to be lunchtime now, so we'll head out and we'll come meet you guys back up in just a short while. So I'm going to put up our handy dandy please come back in a little bit later screen. And I hope you guys have a good lunch as well. And we will see you later. Let's see. Hey there, everybody. It looks like we're getting ready to get back up and going again.
How is this audio? We can't tell if we got two mics. We got green and orange. We can't tell which one is the one to use. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is this the buzzy one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, they both buzzy,
Walk
buzzy, buzzy,
around
buzzy.
a bit.
Testing, 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 testing. So, testing, testing. Okay, mic two, testing, testing, testing.
Okay. I can hear you.
Testing, testing, mic 1, 2. Testing, testing, mic 1, 2. Testing, testing. Okay, Aaron, can we start the stream?
Go for it. You guys are ready to go.
Okay. Let us know when we're on.
You're on.
Okay, yeah, welcome back from the lunch session. Just to go over some of the things that we did already today. We kind of changed the schedule around a little bit. So we had some opening remarks, and we talked about TEDxKyoto and some of the things we're doing with augmented reality there. And then Sarah Jacoby came on and talked to us about some of the socioeconomic implications of what's happening in the AR industry. And then we had Professor Kato come on and talk about some of his student-based projects and how he's assessing and putting that into his curriculum. Now we're going to hear from two students from Seibi University, which is in the north part of Kyoto Prefecture, very small school. They have two departments there. One is a medical information technology department. Basically, if you want to work at a hospital in administrative capacity, and a business design school. And within that business design school, they have a track for tourism and a track for marketing and other general business related items. And we're going to hear from one of each of those two departments today. First one is Mr. Omang. That's me. He's a fourth year student there at our university, and he's going to talk about a project he's doing related to his internship at a radio station through our university, and how he's decided to integrate some AR projects with his internship. So, So I'm going to hand out a half to you. If you have any questions later, I'll do my best to translate as well at the end too. So.
はい、こんにちは。整備大学3回生のオマンと言います。はい、本日は、AR を用いた FM イカルの PR について、発表させていただきます。まず、FM イカルとはということで、京都府綾部市にありますコミュニティラジオです。場所は、こっちが、京都市です。で、京都府の、北部の、市です。綾部市です。まずコミュニティラジオというのは、1992年に、国が正式に認めた超短波放送ということで、 地域に根ざした地域の情報発信をする拠点として設立されております。FM イカルはその中で1997年に設立されて、それより市民参加型のラジオ局として、地域情報の発信拠点として活動されているラジオ局です。その FM イカルを2014年に認知度調査をした。そのデータから、まずラジオを聞きますかということで、23%が、そして31%がたまに聞くと。そして25%がほとんど聞かない。11% は全く聞かないというふうに答えています。このことから、ラジオ自体を聞く人が少なくなってきているということがわかります。次に、ラジオはどの曲を聞きますかということで、FM イカルは 44% ということで、1曲としてはかなり多い数字になっています。その後順番に、アルファステーションですね。22%。これは京都府にあります県域放送のラジオ局になります。そして次が NHK-FM。これは全国で流れている FM です。そして、が 12%。これも京都府の県域のラジオ局です。そして次に、その他が 6% で、あと京都府福知山市にあります FM キャッスルが 1% という結果でした。このことから、すいません。次に、FM イカルを1週間に聞く回数ということで、毎日聞くというのが 13%。そして、週に2、3回聞くというのが 13%。そして週に1回聞くのが 18%。そしてその他が 56% ということです。このことから、44% の人が、FM イカルを聞いてくれているけれども、毎日聞くのは 13% ということで少ないということがわかります。次に世代別の聞いているラジオ局ということで、これが FM イカルです。世代的な特徴が少ないことがわかりますが、逆にアルファステーション、若者はアルファステーションを聞いていて、高齢者は NHK を聞いているということがわかります。その他にも FM イカルはコミュニティ FM として地元の知り合いであるだとか、ご近所さんが出るということで聞いてくれているという方も多いというふうに伺いました。それではなぜ FM イカルで AR を作ることになったのかということで、私自身がこの夏にインターンシップで行かせていただいた、その中から地域に根ざした放送をされて番組作りをされているということから、この姿をもっと多くの人に知っていただきたいというふうな思いから作りました。また AR に関しては、学内のメディアセンターのスカベンジャーハントなどで AR を作成したことから興味を持ちました。そこでラジオ会の企画を作りました。それではどのように AR を使って広報をするのかということで、まず目的が2点あります。綾部市以外の人に知っていただきたい。若者にも聞いてもらいたいということです。そのために今 FM イカリがされているラジオのインターネット放送、サイマル放送と言います。そのインターネットラジオと組み合わせることによって AR をデバイスで映したときに、そのデバイスでそのままラジオを聞くことができるということで、そのことによって若者にも聞いていただくきっかけになるのではないかというふうに考えました。まず素材としてパーソナリティの方々の写真をオーバーレイとして収集をしました。そしてその写真をタップしたら流れる番組を紹介する音声データを収録しました。その他にもこのような実際にFM イカルで使われているイラストやエンブレムとかも収集をしました。そしてこっちが私が描いたデッサンのイメージです。そしてこっちが完成の AR になります。トリガーとして使ったのは、FM イカルで使われているタイムテーブルをトリガーとしました。ここのエンブレムを押すとインターネットラジオが聞くことができます。そしてここが番組の上に、月曜日から金曜日までのパーソナリティの方々の写真を 置いて、この写真をタップすれば、自己紹介と番組の放送、番組音声が流れるというふうになっています。そして下が、公式のサイトに飛びます。一番下が FM イカルの Facebook ページの、シェアのリンクになっています。早速、PR を行いました。若い人ということで、学内で生徒に行いました。その中で、みんなこのように実際にパーソナリティの方の写真をタップして音声を流したり、こういうふうに、インターネットラジオを実際にスマートフォンで聞いたり、非常に楽しんでくれていたと感じています。そして学生に対して PR を行うにはもう一つ理由があります。それは私自身が感じることですが、学内でラジオを聞いているという学生はほとんど見かけられません。そういったことから AR を使うことによって、自身が持っているスマートフォンを使って直感的に視覚と音声を使って何を今 FM からは放送しているのか、どういった取り組みをしているのかということがわかるのではないかというふうに思いました。その点 AR は非常に効果的だというふうに感じました。またデメリットとしては高齢者の方が使いにくいのではないかというふうに思いました。その改善点としては説明とセットアップができる人がそばにいて実演をしてあげる、そばで見せてあげるというようなことで改善ができるのではないかというふうに考えました。以上です。ありがとうございました。
Great, thanks. That was Atsumi Homa. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to briefly kind of explain some of the points on that. He did his internship at Ikaru radio station, and what he did is took a program schedule guide and modified it for AR. And this is, you can see the plan that he came up with. This is part of AR design that I'll talk about a little bit later. But he envisioned what the AR looked like before he went in and started designing the AR enhanced schedule. So on the AR enhanced schedule, he has the personalities listed above their time slots, and you can click on their portraits and hear interviews that he did with each of these individuals during his internship. And he pointed out that he thinks that he took the demographics of the people who listen to the station, and he sees that they lacking in the younger demographic, and so he thinks that this type of marketing strategy will help bring younger listeners to their radio station and sort of like synergize their media and marketing campaigns. So thanks very much, Mr. Homa. Thank you. Okay, next we have Mr. Yes. Oh, question? Yeah. Great. Mm-hmm. まず素晴らしいと思ってます。おめでとうございますと言われたんですけど、ラジオからなんかフィードバックとか、なんか評価とかコメントありましたかと聞いてます。うん、ラジオの曲から。Oh, he said from the president of this particular radio station was very impressed and said he was very surprised and liked the project very much. So he thinks that there's potential in this because now the radio is moving towards listening to it on the internet, and because they're using this format and it's already using the smartphones, he thinks this is a very good opportunity to increase the listenership via smartphones. And so that's what the president of this particular radio station said about this project. Oh, thanks for the question. Great, thanks very much. All right. Next, we have Mr. Omatsu Homan, who did an internship at a different location, but he's going to talk about a project he did for our media center at our university. And this is a project that actually both of them did together. And it's quite interesting use of AR in libraries. Yes, Scott. All right.
こんにちは、最後の発表となります、整備大学の小松です。よろしくお願いいたします。私が、発表いたしますのは AR を用いた取り組み事業オープンキャンパスについてです。はじめに、整備大学では年々生徒数が少なくなってきているため、オープンキャンパスを用いて AR をオープンキャンパスで AR を用いて宣伝しようと考えました。参加の目的ですけれども、オープンキャンパスに参加していただく、高校生から満足度を上げるために行います。PR をするターゲットなんですけれども、オープンキャンパスに参加をしていただいた学生及びその両親と学校の先生を対象にしております。広告用のポスターで、こちらの方に整備大学、拡張現実ミニアドベンチャーがございまして、こちらの方を使用しました。こちらのポスターでのストーリーは、私、お松が刑事役になり、先ほど、発表をしたホマンが、回答役になり、追いかけるといったストーリーとなっております。トリガー、なんですけれども、こちらの方、6つ作らせていただきました。こちらを使って、メディアセンターを紹介するということをやったので、今から配置を紹介いたします。ではこちらの方が配置図となっております。参加していただいた学生の、メディアセンターを1階から3階まで知っていただきたいなと思いまして、こちらの方に1番から、1階を始めまして、そのまま2階に上がっていただき、2番のところから、こちらのミニシアター行っていただき、こちらの4番に行っていただき、で、最後に5番行っていただき、また振り出しに戻りの、この6番に戻っていただき、1階から3階までを隅々まで見られるように、誘導させていただきました。そして、こちらの、オープンキャンパスでの高校生の感想をいただきました。そちらの中では、女子高校生からは AR 技術を知らなかったんですが、今回の体験でよく分かったということと、男子高校生からは、この技術を授業にも応用していければいいと思いましたということと、学生の母親からは AR のことが知れてとても楽しかった。高校の先生からは、今後 AR 技術がもっと広まればいいなと思いましたということでした。で、今回、感想を聞いてみて、AR を用いた PR、メリットとデメリットを考えてみました。メリットについてですけれども、AR の技術を知らない学生が多かったので、評価は高評価だったと思います。他校の先生の方々からも大変な高評価をいただきました。AR 技術を楽しんでもらい、オープンキャンパスにふさわしい宣伝ができたと思いました。デメリットの方なんですけれども、こちらの2番の方のトリガーの方に360度カメラを使用いたしました。そちらの360度カメラの方をちょっとやり方がわからなかったという意見が結構多数おられましたので、そちらの方の改善点はやり方をしっかりと教えていけたらなと思いました。それでは、ちょっと短めとなりましたが、発表を終わらせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
I'm just going to briefly summarize that one more time. So Mr. Omatsu did a scavenger hunt at our media center, our library, and it was built around this narrative that Mr. Homa and Mr. Omatsu created, and it was based on a thief taking some very important information, and as you came into the library, you were given a tablet and asked to go use the tablet and find clues in a successive order to find the piece of information to bring back to the library. And as you went through these successive steps in finding hints, by the time you finished the whole process, you knew where every part of the library was, what that part of the library's function was, and how to look up a book, and some other important information as you went along. So this was an exercise in project-based and task-based learning, where they had to design the use of AR to teach people as they went along, as sort of like a game-based system. And he mapped out some triggers, and then he took the floor plans of the library and kind of mapped out where the successive points should be and found some triggers in there. And this is the second floor, then up to the third floor, and you actually had to, this is an actual enclosed area where you actually, those old style where you have to move the bookcases left and right. So this was actually a hidden area. And how you would find this place is you would go to a previous location, and a 360-degree picture would come up that you would be able to look around. And that picture was where you were supposed to go find next. And that, he said, was one of the big demerits of using this, is that was the point where most of the participants got hung up because they were a little disorientated with where the future place was and where they were physically. So that was one of the things that using AR, sometimes we run into some problems with it's a thing called cognitive overload. So he noticed that especially some of the people that are not necessarily tech savvy would use this particular 360-degree portion of the scavenger hunt, would get a little confused or disorientated or wouldn't exactly sure how to use it. Great. Is there any questions for, yes, one question. Great, thank you for that. First, he said, congratulations, omedetou to iwarete arimasu kedo, subarashii to omoimasu. The first question was, what is the profile of the people that use it? So, 使ってくれるの方さんの何の人ですか、どの人ですか、人数ぐらいと基本的な知りたいですけど。There's about, so we did this one day, and it was in congregation in the same day as an open campus that we had for our university. So we had a couple of open lectures on the same day. So whoever came to see those particular things got to experience this as a kind of a thing that wasn't really advertised, but they could experience it on top of it. So there were teachers from other universities. There were students from a local high school that came there for a contest and to hear a lecture that day. And all in all, he said there were 20, 25, about 20 people that experienced the whole thing. And there was one more part of it. So, メディアセンターのぐらいの場所は他の AR の使い方なんか考えてませんでしたか？ He says he's still thinking about that. He says he sees potential in it, but he's still thinking of other uses. Now, actually, in part of this, one of the parts of the scavenger hunt was to locate a book. One of the clues was just the Dewey Decimal number of the particular book, and you had to go find that book. That was actually one of the last parts of it. So it was made to go. You went to the media center. You went to the cinema, the viewing portion of it. You went to all the major sections of the media center as you went through the scavenger hunt. So it was a way to get orientated with the media center. That was part of one of the goals that they set out to do. You want to explain that for the live viewers?
I was saying that I know of a very interesting application of AR in libraries, in which the target user is the library staff, and they can scan with a tablet the books in a shelf, and the tablet recognizes the QR codes of all the books and tell the library staff if there are books that are changed in order, because some users take the book and then they put it in a different place to where it belongs. And it's a quick way of reordering everything without having to look book by book. So I think augmented reality has a lot of applications in libraries.
So 他の図書館の使い、AR の使い方、今説明しました。例えば、図書館で働く人は、特に本が、人が自分で置いて直すのことは、順番がちょっとおかしくなりますね。で、その AR を使って、正しいの順番は入ってるんですけど、おかしいになったら教えてくれるの、AR のことを作ったらそうです。面白いですね。Thanks for the question. All right, great. I'm just going to take one. If there's nothing else on the web, I'm going to check the web and see if we have questions on there. Aaron, do we have anything? Nope, doesn't look like it. So I'm going to just take one quick moment to start up my presentation. And it'll be the last formal presentation of the day, and then we'll start into some demo sessions so you can actually practice and kind of play around with the stuff that we've been talking about all day today. Okay, just one moment and I'll get set up.
And just a reminder that we are still on live here. So if anyone has any questions and you'd like to go on to the Twitter feed, #orientation, or if you'd like to post a comment, you can share.
Right. Hello. Again, my name's Eric Hawkinson. I work and live in Fukuchiyama, Japan, which is in the northern part of Kyoto Prefecture, about 90 minutes north towards the Sea of Japan from both Kyoto and Osaka. I teach at a very small university there called Seibi University. We have only about 300 students in 2 departments there. I mentioned them earlier. And I mostly teach English, but I teach a couple of other courses in digital citizenship and new media in tourism and marketing. Some of those courses are actually taught in Japanese. And today I'm going to be talking about implementation strategies of AR for educational use, and mostly talking about the challenges for first-time users and also challenges of first-time designers in AR, specifically in use in education, and in particular some of higher education. And I'll talk about some of the projects that we've already heard today in that context. So we're talking about why we use AR, then I'll talk about some design principles when using augmented reality. Then I'll go into some challenges of implementing AR in classes. And then I'll talk about some of the different AR platforms that we can use in education. And then I hope to talk a little bit about hopefully starting to standardize the use of AR for education. And then I'll do a little shameless self-plug about an AR platform that I'm designing myself specifically for education. And then we'll start moving towards what I see moving towards the future of using this technology in education. So this is a quote that I'm going to come back to a lot during this talk. The fate of bridges is to be lonely, because bridges are to cross and not to stay. And this idea really encapsulates what I think the use of AR and in educational technology in general. If we're going to use AR to enhance learning, especially as we're discussing today in non-technical fields, we should probably try to aim to not focus necessarily on the technology itself, but its application and its use. So we saw today we're trying to use AR in libraries and marketing, but it wasn't necessarily because we're trying to use AR, but we can find ways to use it as a bridge, because that's what AR really is. It's a bridge between the real world and the virtual world. It's a bridge between time and space, and it's a bridge between people. It's a bridge between physical objects in the world and supplementary data on the net. So the rationale on this, it's a bridge, right? So I talked a bit about a textbook that I designed a little earlier, and that's exactly what this bridge is meant to be. So we have some materials written in a textbook. They have, especially in language learning, they have vocabulary lists and dialogues and some points about grammar. But when I add that to all the plethora of media already available on the internet. So in the context of an English textbook, you can listen to the dialogue, you can see the translations, you can hear the pronunciation, but even more importantly, you can link to all the contextually relevant material already on the internet, like YouTube videos and things like that. So it's a bridge between the material in the classroom and anything and everything on the web. So when we talk about implementing and using AR in the classroom, I kind of went back to a theory that I use when doing some research for social media marketing. And this is why we use technology and when to use it. And this is a MOA theory for effective communication. So there are 3 points in this theory. It is the motivation, the opportunity, and the ability. So we need to have all of these kind of present for this way of communication to be most effective. And AR definitely can help in some of these portions, but they can also build walls in others. For example, the motivational factor when using AR can be quite high in the beginning, but if it becomes frustrating, that might become a problem or hindrance. The opportunity and where and when to use AR, there was some talk earlier today about you can't use AR in some courses. We're up in, where I'm at, up in the rural area of Japan, and there's some internet connection issues, so opportunity goes down. And then the ability. And this is where we might come into some problems using AR, because there are many skills, especially when designing AR, that we need to create these environments. They might be graphic design, they might be programming, they might be spatial, just knowing how to picture things in a 3D space and being able to implement that and visualize it in your head. These are all skills that we kind of need to cultivate if we're going to be using AR in the classroom. So, this is the Japanese equivalent of wow, and this is what I see a lot of reactions, especially students first time when they see AR, especially when I was doing the first test runs of my English textbook. So they wanted to use it, but then again, is it a bridge, or is that just a motivational factor to use the technology? So I bridged out stuff in the textbook to things online to study more, but as I looked into the data, people were just mostly looking at it as a almost as a toy to see how it worked and why it worked, rather than using it as a bridge for further study. But on the good side of it, I did notice that if it was used a few times, the students that did want to further study, that did want into it further, already had access that supplemental material, and therefore they started to not use the bridge at all. They would go directly to those materials already on the web. So it helped bridge for some, but others. So that factor versus the utility and the theory I just talked about. Some terminology that's kind of essential to know when we're talking about augmented reality in a classroom. Trigger, that's when any object, any place, any picture, anything in the physical world, when your camera or any sensor detects it, that's going to trigger a digital event, trigger some digital information to pop up. And then that trigger, once it's triggered, shows an overlay, something to put on top of it. It could be any of the things we mentioned before. It could be images, pictures, movies, 3D models. And now we're even getting to the point where we can put programmed digital media like video games on top of the real world in the geometry of spatial geometry that we're looking at. And when you put those together, you have the trigger and the overlay. You have different names for them depending on what platform you're using, how you're using it. So you can just call it an augment or a project. Arasima likes to call them auras. Blippers call them blips. They're just two different companies. We'll talk about that in a second. The eighth mass medium, we talked a little bit about this earlier today and how we're moving towards from prints to recordings, cinema to radio, and now that's all being put into the real world around us. And it's very arguably so that augmented reality could be considered the next mass medium. And we're talking about TED today, so if you want to see more on that, you can actually watch a very good TEDx talk about that argues for augmented reality as the eighth mass medium. So when we're talking about starting to use AR in the classroom, we talk about how to use it, categorizing it for use of different ways we can use it. And one of the ways we can use it is what technologies are we using to take data from the real world in which to augment. And we can use the camera, which is very popular. We can use a marker that's older technology from 10 years ago, like a QR code, or we can use markerless technology, which is still being developed. It's getting very good. We can track bodies now to very close detail. We can track geometries of room by checking angles and what the camera sees in that fashion. And we're actually coming out with new hardware these days. Most of the new tablets that will be coming out starting next year will have 2 cameras on them in a stereoscopic form, so they can have depth perception, which will make the ability for AR go up in the future and be able to track objects in depth. And you don't have to use the camera too. You might consider AR just by knowing your GPS location and going to another location, and therefore your reality is augmented by some sort of digital media just by your location in the world. And you can combine those in different ways as well. This is an example I like to give about these different ways we can use the technology. This is an app that came out of Japan probably about 5 years ago now. It's called balloon fishing, and it's very simple. You have your app, and it's using all of the sensors that I talked about before. So it's finding any circular object and turning it into a lake. And that turns into a lake which you can fish. So now it's using the camera information, of course, to find that circular object and a lake. Now you're going to try to fish something out of that lake, and therefore it's going to use the gyroscopic sensors in the phone to trigger the casting of the line. So now you have another sensor that's augmenting that as well. And thirdly, you're going to pull out a fish from that lake, and that is determined by your GPS location. So if you want the rarest of all fishes, you might have to go to some specific
Join. As I was saying, we've lost our live feed for the moment. We will tune back in as they rejoin on a separate device. I think we have a power issue, but we'll get logged back in just a moment. If you have any questions for any of the presentations that are going on, please make sure that you tweet hashtag orientation. That is right there on the screen. Put a hashtag before it. Otherwise, please, you can go on the orientation website. It is orientation.com. You can also leave a comment down here in the bottom of the YouTube video. You can also leave a comment on the event page, but we'll get it if you are interested in asking a question or making a comment on anything that you have seen today. We're just going to hang around right now and wait until we get reconnected with Eric and Martin and everyone over at the conference. Hopefully we'll be back up in just a moment.
a very portrait-style picture in the book, but you wanted to overlay a portrait and landscape over that, that might not work so well because you can see the background and the digital background information in front of it. If you're busy taxing on the person looking. And because this technology is still not perfect, if you want to augment or have triggers of very similar objects, very similar images, very similar things, the computer might still think one image is another and make a mistake. So if you have three almost similar images and you want different digital information to pop up out of them, that might be an issue. Did we run out of battery?
We're doing it from this stuff, so it's working. It's working, sorry.
So I don't need this anymore?
Nope.
So the great thing about AR is you don't just, when I'm thinking about the textbook, we also don't just think about the textbook because you can augment anything and everything around you. So when I was designing the textbook, I also put some Easter eggs in. So the augmented reality app could take in and augment things around the classroom, in the lobby, and some other things around campus. For example, I put some posters up in the classroom to give reviews of each chapter, and in the lobby bulletin board, it was the cover of the textbook, which I gave some GPS coordinates on that would give class announcements that were augmented that I could change at any given time. So when they looked at the cover of the book, depending on where they were, they'd get some different digital information about that. And just like the Sugain WOW approach for first-time users, it's also, a lot of us seem to get excited and start thinking about different ways we can use it. So, but we start to stumble on things when we start to design and use these things for the first time. I'll talk a little bit about those. So, if someone's never used this kind of technology before, you can get overstimulated quite easily. So this is a video that went viral a couple months ago of someone using a VR roller coaster for the first time and completely losing it.
Completely losing it.
And you can't hear it, I know, but he's saying, no, no, make it stop, get me off this thing, kind of thing. So VR is very good about this. It's transporting you in time and place, and it's tricking your senses. It's tricking, and it's making our brain process things that we take for granted very differently. So we all go through the world knowing what gravity is like. When we move our head, we feel a certain motion. But as soon as we put on some of these augmented technologies, our brain has to recalibrate, and that is taxing on our brain. It takes a lot of effort from our brains to think of it. So if we are going to give you a new way to process the world and give you new information and a new way to learn things, all this combination together might give us some diminishing returns. And we've seen this already in some past research using AR in tourism and education, where introducing a new state on which to process the world, and they start concentrating on that, the content from which we deliver that information, the learning content, might not be processed or remembered the way we might think. So cognitive overload is a very real thing, and it's been noted several times in past research when it comes to this use in the classroom. So to combat that, we talked a little bit about this earlier today with the TEDxKyoto stuff. We kind of slowly bring you into it. In the case of TEDxKyoto, we talked about doing something low tech and then medium and then high. And then you can, in this case, you can drop out whenever you want to. Let's see here. No, I'll go through this one too. So just briefly about some popular AR platforms for education, especially first-time users. These are three. Mattia would be on here, but I took it out. We have Arasama, Blipper, and Lyre, which these are basically the same company or becoming the same company. And we have a price and a feature scale here. So more features, more cost up here on the top corner, less features, almost free down here. So as educators, right now, Arasama might be a best use, especially for first-time users and students, because right now it's the only platform that I know of that you can actually create triggers and overlays with your smart device. These you need some sort of software or some web-based platform to create the environments in which to display to users. And this is an example of one of those environments, the Blipper environment. So you go into this web-based system and this is my business card, and you have to spatially plant out where these things are supposed to go in reference to the trigger. And I put in some animations here and there. And then you send this off to their services and they put it in the cloud. And then it gets downloaded into phones as this content needs to be accessed. So the end user will load up their app, say I want Eric's content. This will be loaded into their phone. And now every time that they look at my business card, that information will pop up in that 3D environment. But Arasama, the one listed here, is the only one where you can just take a picture with your phone, take a movie of yourself, and then those things are now connected. It might not look as good as some of the other platforms, but right now that's the only one students can actually make some augmented material in the same day. So we're talking about the scaffolding use, and we're sort of getting in a contradiction. So talked a little about this earlier today. So when we use AR for learning, we want to enhance it, get some motivation, some new ideas, but at the same time, it might detract from the content that we're trying to teach for. So I like to think of it as sort of an iterative process and figuring out where that's supposed to go. So you can start by scaffolding for the technology use, especially if you're teaching to a non-technical field. And you can gain perspective and inquire on why do we use it, how we use it, and if we should use it, and then reflect and try to go through that again. Maybe step up in the future, maybe do a little more scaffolding, a little deeper into the technology use. And this will help kind of make a balance between teaching the technology to use it and teaching the content in which we want to teach in the classes that we use this. So this is a video from the scavenger hunt from earlier today. And this is an example of one of those environments, the Flipper environment. So this is some triggers being used. So this is an example of AR-based project-based learning. So we gave them a problem. The problem was, how do we acclimate or orientate new people to the media center? And that was the challenge. And then AR just became a way to meet that challenge. So this is a great way to, I think, to think about the AR use, but not necessarily think as AR is the only solution, not AR first, problem first. Especially, I tend to, especially working with AR, what's the term? When you have a hammer, everything looks like nails.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing all this stuff with AR, I look at everything and I'm like, oh, we can use AR for that, but it might not necessarily be the case. And this is the 3D problem that Mr. Almanza pointed out earlier. He was pulling it out. So you got to the point upstairs and you want to know where to go next, and looking at the next one. There was a person off to the side there that you had to follow. So that was a scavenger hunt, and map that out. Now, in the case of Mr. Homong, this is a problem, but he's using AR, coming from using AR and then trying to implement it into the problems that he's seeing already. So he came in with already wanting to use AR, and he found some issue, some problem that he thinks AR might have helped him with. And that was the use, the demographic issue, the issue of younger people not tuning into the station. And a big issue, especially when working with non-technical students, is that AR requires a large set of skills to create and use these environments. Web programming, graphic design, 3D modeling, audio engineering, editing, a lot of stuff that has to go into creating AR environments. So you might be able to use the AR, but that's just the last step of it. You need to be able to create the audio files that you're going to put on top of it, what you're going to listen to, what videos are you going to see, what environment, what the spatiality between those environments, how you can picture those. So let me just switch over here. I'll talk about a class I'm teaching at the Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. This is a first year undergraduate language class for non-English majors. And this is a content-based learning class for learning English, but the content is based around digital citizenship and new media. Basically, we're learning and talking about issues of using the internet responsibly, using technology responsibly, and new media and what it means to communicate using new media, how it's changing the way we communicate. And this content is driving the class. And we're moving towards using AR as a way to demonstrate some of these ideas and concepts. So what I've done is, as I'm teaching some of the content as we move along with this course about digital citizenship and new media, I'm slowly introducing new ways of using media in communication. So the first couple weeks after teaching some basics of the different aspects of digital citizenship and new media, we talked about a little bit about photography. And I had the students go out and we took one day and we talked about camera angles and what they mean, and using camera angles and how that helps you tell a story. And then they went out, they took some pictures and did something called a Kamishibai storytelling project. So they made a presentation that included 10 photographs that had to include at least 7 different camera angles to help them tell a story. And they gave a presentation of that. So at the same time, we're learning the content, which is new media use and communication, and we're starting to scaffold the use of the actual technology by learning some camera angles. And after that, we started moving into basic video editing, what it means to do some cuts, what are some camera movements, panning, zooming, tilting, and things like that. And we took a day and we learned how to use Vine. It's a very simple app that's available on smartphones. It allows you to create 5-second videos. Very easy to use. You just touch the screen to start, let go to stop. And had to play around with that for a day. And we talked about camera angles and cuts and how continuity in basic film editing helps you tell a story. So yes, there's we talked about some camera angles. And then before we went out and did all this, I had them, just like Mr. Homan did his, before visualizing his project for the radio station, he did a basic draft, a sketch of what he wanted to do. And this is the same thing that's happening in the media class. They're going to storyboard what kind of shot, what kind of camera angles, what kind of dialogues being said. We talked about the basics of storyboarding before we went out and started shooting things. So here's an example from the class. This is, I think, 8 pictures, but they ended up making, I think, a 15-minute presentation out of it, a group of 5 students. Campus fight. Here's a worm's eye view, bird's eye view, and start fighting. They had this whole dialogue on why they're fighting and the rivalry they've had since children. And words before the fight. Then we have our extreme close-up to get some emotion right before the fight begins. And then an action shot, a couple of action shots to experience what the fighting is. So they're starting to get an idea of what these camera angles can do to help tell a story. And then we moved on to the Vine videos, and these are some of the Vine videos that the students were making. Some of them are quite interesting. Let's show a couple of them. So here's a coin. It's going to cut away and I think make it disappear or into a different coin. Someone draws something on a piece of paper and then cuts to that particular object. So they're learning the basics of video cuts, video edits, and camera movements after we learned the angles that go correspond with them with photography. So as you can see, we're building on content and at the same time building on the technology use at the same time. And this is all going to culminate with a campus-wide book project where they found their favorite place on campus, and not just any place. I wanted them to find a place that they connected to personally, and they wrote an essay about why that's important to them personally. They took a couple of vines introducing the place, and they took a series of pictures using different camera angles, and they also took a video explaining why they like this place. And then I gave them a template on which to put their information, their pictures, where it is on campus, their vine, a picture from their vine, and then they sent their, they put in their essays and their pictures, and then something like this. This is an example. I did our classroom as far as an example, a picture of the classroom. I'm the person, picture of me, where it is and how to get there, and some camera angles and pictures of the classroom and why it's important to me. So then the next step is to have them connect this information with the videos they took and augment it in a way that is relevant. So a picture from the vine about how to get there. They took a video from the gate of campus and walked to their place on campus, and you can get a guide. So they're going to be augmenting with the video and the camera pictures they took to make a campus guide augmented book. So that's an example of scaffolding the content with the technology. So that's the basic form, but if you want to get a little bit more advanced, you can start into the coding aspect, and you can get a SDK, and these are some of the more popular ones. AR Toolkit, run by Jacoby now, and Euphoria put out Qualcomm. Qualcomm put out before, I should say, and that's something I've been using, and Wikitude has their SDK as well. Now, I was planning, I won a research grant, and I was going to use Matayo, and we talked about earlier today that now that that's gone, I basically decided to try to create my own platform for educational use, and it's called Orientation. It's the website we're using today to broadcast this event. And it's not only a platform that we're developing for educational use of AR, but it's also a place that educators can get together and share their ideas of using AR in the classroom. So you can, I have a demo today that we can show off later on, but the whole idea of this is to make the creation of AR environments as simple and accessible to education as possible. And take a lot of the issues of information that I was talking about earlier today and try to make them as less of a headache as possible. So if you want to find more about that, you can, there's the hashtag, the website, the social media outlets. It's really easy to find. And we can demo that later today. So last part, I want to talk a little bit about sort of the vague aspect of what's going to happen with this technology in education, what it's doing to us, what it's doing to our brains, what it's doing to us as far as how we learn and why we learn, how we take in information. This is a famous quote. We shape our tools, and thereafter our tools shape us. So we created texting, we created ways to communicate, and now that's changing the way we communicate with each other in reverse. Now with chatting. Students today, my students, if I don't have this program called Line, I can't ever get a hold of them. And the way they use Line is very different than what us older people use cell phones today. And the way of communicating has now changed significantly because of the tools we use. And AR, in my opinion, is going to exacerbate this way of thinking even further, even more as we move towards the future. So we have this new level, this new idea of stress our students have. When their batteries get low, they don't have Wi-Fi, they get stress. You get stressed too?
No, today.
Oh, yeah, today we have some issues with that too.
Battery issues.
So yeah, and I started the question where if you wanted to put these things in your level of needs, I put this question out there. I mean, I don't think Maslow, if you know Maslow, it's a way we can psychologically rank how things are important to us. And I posed the question, if you were going to put your phone's battery life and Wi-Fi.
Just turn on the lights a little bit, so that's a good sign.
Okay.
Where's the remote?
Actually, do you mind taking a picture?
Yeah.
So I posed this question on the internet last year, and I've got 15 or so responses, and they're all over the board. A lot of people say that it's in the psychological aspect because they connect to their family and friends, so it's embedded deep into their psyche. It's almost as important as breathing, a lot of people say. But probably most of them are around here. But really, it goes into every category. That's why this is so hard to place on this scale, because we self-actualize with our internet use, and we connect with our loved ones, and we get our work. We find jobs, we find our safety, we find homes using this. So this is all getting embedded into us even further and further now that we have the internet on us all the time. When we don't have it, it's even more apparent. Now, as we move towards augmenting, having head-mounted displays and having this always on, not having it is even going to be an even bigger problem. A couple of examples I like to give is nobody knows anyone's phone number anymore or maybe even how to get to a certain place because our phone is stored in our phone, and therefore we don't have the need to store it in our long-term memory. Now, if we had a device on our glasses that were always telling us where to go, that even gets worse, it even gets more exaggerated. So now that if we lose our head-mounted display, we feel like a part of our brain is missing. So how we learn too starts to affect, because now that we have Google and we can ask it anytime, anything, anywhere, it's like having that magic box when we were younger that our mom said, you have to look it up. There's not going to be a magic box that gives you all the answers in the future. But unfortunately, we have that now. But now that we're going to have head-mounted displays or this augmented view, we're going to get the answer before we even ask it. It's going to be telling us information about the world around us before we even know what to ask. So it's going to start diminishing our ability to inquire, if it's possible, or our way of inquiring is going to change so much. Without this technology, we might be lost. Another TED Talk to plug, if you want to know more about the psychological effects of using technology and how we relate to each other socially. There's three series of books by Sherry Turkle, and that's culminated in a very nice 15-minute TED Talk, Connected But Alone. It talks about how social technologies, mobile media, is bringing us together, but at the same time separating us from real human connection. And this is a very big concern I have when it comes to using augmented reality in large-scale situations. This is a talk I did a couple years ago about ebooks and having them available to everyone, open source information. And I did this word cloud on several pages about ebooks, and two of the biggest things that came up were Amazon and DRM. And DRM is the rights of which the books are contained, and Amazon is probably the biggest force in wrangling in the rights to contain their own and keep their own information in the ebook. So they go to great lengths to provide keys and locks to when you can and can't access the information, even on your tablet. Apple's very good with this too. You have videos that you paid money for, but you can't access them if you have a problem with your account.
Good is a nice term for it.
What's that?
Good is a nice term for it.
Yeah. So this is going to be a bigger issue if we're going to be augmenting the world around us at all times. So if companies are already trying to wrangle in augmented reality information as far as, for example, Google we talked about Ingress earlier today. It's an augmented reality game. And that whole project came about is because Google wanted more pictures, more GPS tagged information to add to their database, so which they can start augmenting and using in other ways. So now if they have bigger access to that data, you want access to that, you're at a much more bigger disadvantage. And whereas ever controlling this data, and we talk about the digital divide, this is going to become an even bigger issue in the future if, let's say, you don't have access to augmented information and somebody else does. And teaching in the classroom is going to be increasingly more difficult when students have instant access to information before they even ask it. So we can't start, we already should be moving away from teaching content or teaching how to use the content, because that content is readily available before they even ask it. Right. That is about it, I think. There's a couple of other things I maybe missed or went over, but if you want to know more, you can. erichawkinson.com, Gmail, Facebook, and we're going to have a demo session, have some time to look at some of the projects the students have done, and we're going to demo out some of the orientation stuff that I've already done. If there are no questions. Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks for coming. Thank you very much for coming.
I wanted to ask you on this, how to overcome this wow factor that has augmented reality for first-time users. And based on your experience, which do you think that are the best ways to overcome this wow factor and actually reach real learning with these experiences for your students? I think that this depends a lot on the kind of target that you are addressing to. So some things might work for some people and some things for other ones. But based on your experience, would you elaborate a little bit on which are your thoughts about that?
Great. I have similar problems and issues along that certain way, because there's a lot of novelty involved with first-time use, but that novelty doesn't last very long. So we need to find a way to keep the motivation engaged. That was the first theory I put up. The motivation goes down, but you still need the challenge and the abilities to rise. And there's a couple of different ways you can go about it in my mind. Before you use it, you can set up the information as interesting as possible, and then you use it. So when you're using it for the first time, you're in the mindset of the information you've been given before. There's an example of in this Virginia Tech that was presentation given 2 days ago, where they had an area in Virginia where they used to have segregated schools, and the schools aren't there anymore, but they created 3D maps and images of them. You could go explore as if they were there, and you kind of start to experience what it was like to be in an area where there was a school where only certain people would go and others couldn't. And what they did is they took the kids in and they set up the stage before they even told them that they were going to use augmented reality. They told them about what they were going to see, why they were going to see it, and when they went to use the technology, they were in the mindset where they're using it purposefully. Now, I run this in my classrooms when I say, okay, they already know they're learning English, especially my English classes. But then I show them the augmented book, and they go, wow, let me have that, and they check it out, and they play with it for a little while. But then it kind of goes away quickly because they're not in the mindset, they're using it purposely. They're using it because it's a new thing, because it's cool or it's fascinating, and they want to know how and why it works. So the setup, I think, is crucial in that aspect to kind of mitigate and handle expectations of using it. But it's difficult in many ways. There was something else maybe I missed. Oh, it kind of goes along with the game-based learning that I think about too. It's like if you're going to have a game and either have the students go into a virtual or simulated game and then take them out and teach what based on their experiences, so they can connect their experience to the new content you want to teach, or you want to set up what they're going to experience, and then they go in and test what they've learned in theory or knowledge and play that in the game. That also is kind of applicable, I think, to using augmented reality. You either want to have them experience something and take them out and kind of have that experience and reflect and relate that to content, or set up like the example I gave before and then bring them in to it. So without anything, you want to be able to reflect, or you want to set it up in a way to you're focused on the content before you. Maybe that's two different ways you can approach it.
I can maybe follow up on that a little bit, Eric. I do some game-based learning and some things that I do, and I think what I try to do is go between those two. We'll do some real life experiences that then we will apply to the virtual environment of the game, and then they'll also experience some things in the game that then they can take back out into real life. And so we try to go both directions in that. And that I think that can help keep them engaged with the overall learning experience. So with the game, they like to play the game and they get into the game, and we have to make sure that it still maintains that element of education and learning while they're in the game. Just playing the game is good too. That's fun and it keeps them going, keeps them motivated. But as much as possible, pull what they're doing from the game back out and have them have some real experience around that information and around those skills that they're developing within the game. But then also take some real world things and interject it back into the game. So try to bridge the gap, or bridge the relationships between the real world and what they're doing in the game as much as possible, going both directions.
Can you give us some concrete example of this?
Yeah, I think so. Is that okay, Eric?
Sure, yeah.
I don't know how we're doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can have some open discussion if you like.
I might move up there because
Sure.
My audio is going into my phone, and
Okay.
I think it's probably too loud. Erin was saying that she could hear me like moving around and stuff,
Okay.
so she asked me to be quiet. I'll text you because I'll move up here. Yeah, what we do is the game that I use is a MMORPG, a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, World of Warcraft. And within a group, within this game, we have different roles. Different people will play a character that's a different role. And I give the students a personality quiz to see what their tendencies might be in real life. So are they someone who wants to motivate the group to be the leader of the group, or are they the person who wants to support the group from the background, or are they the person that wants to kind of rush in and solve the problems? What would they normally do in real life? And then within the game, those same roles exist. So the students will look at who they kind of are in real life and then decide, well, what do I want to be in the game? Do I want to do the same type of role that I might do in real life? Or do I want to explore a different part of my personality? Do I want to try something different? Try to be a little bit of a different person because I can in the game. And then they make a character that will either fit their normal personality, or they make a character that might explore some new aspect of their personality so they can have a different experience in the game than they might in real life. And so that's taking some real life relationships and some real life personal characteristics and then interjecting them into that game environment and allowing the students to explore that within the game. And then taking that back out into real life, we talk about, and the students do some writing about how they experience that. What was that like? So we start in the real world, we take it into the game, and then we take that experience back out and talk about it and discuss it and write about it a little bit. So that, I guess maybe that's one concrete example of how we do that. Okay.
It's interesting because before we were just talking about the important role of identifying, especially when you work with groups, identifying which set of skills does every student have, and try to match him with what is he going to feel comfortable with, either following the same set of skill or trying something new. We do some experiences in Spain with working with groups also and with augmented reality, and we also take this approach of making roles and try to respect these roles inside of the dynamics of the experience.
And in real life, sometimes it's quite difficult, and this is universal, but I find this in Japan as well. It's difficult in real life to have the person maybe explore some other aspect of their personality. So if they're normally kind of shy and might support the group from the inside, it's kind of hard to ask them in real life to step up and be the leader. But in a virtual environment or in an augmented environment, it's an avatar doing it, and so they can do it, they can try, they can explore it at much less risk to themselves personally. And so a lot of them do that. One other thing I found, is this still okay? Sure. Okay. One other thing I found in my own experience with these games and observing others is when they first start to play the game, people will almost naturally pick a role that's opposite of what they really are. I think it has to do with the fear of being a failure in that. If you don't know exactly how to play or how to function in that environment well, if you don't really know your own abilities in that environment, sometimes you'll pick a role that you know it's not natural for you. And then if you're not good at it, you know why. And it's not really you who was a failure, because you took on a different role. So it's distanced a little bit from your own personality. And almost everybody does that in this game. The first character that they make is almost always something that's not natural for them. And then the longer they play, they kind of gravitate back towards their own natural abilities and their own natural personality.
Something very similar to that in how we're using technology to communicate, especially younger kids. They're trying on new things, trying new ways of approaching the world, trying new ways of interacting with people. And the internet is providing ways to do that, ways that weren't available before. So, I mean, probably the majority of the bashing that we see on YouTube and things like that are people lashing out, but they don't get the quick reactions that we would get in the real world. So this is one of the issues we talk about in my media class, is that when we used to try that stuff out in the future, we would say something bad, but we'd see an immediate reaction that we maybe hurt somebody's feelings or done something wrong. But on the internet, people are trying this out and not getting that instant feedback back, and it might be not self-serving enough. And Sherry Turbo actually talks about that in her book. So you get to try out lashing out at people, and then even worse situation, you do something bad in real life, and then you go online and admit to it and apologize. So you do something bad and you relieve your own self of doing it by going online and telling the world, but you don't have the bad feeling of actually approaching the person that you've actually done something wrong to. So that's changing the way we also communicate as far as those two.
If we bring that kind of back down to a more micro level personally, this is not a new phenomenon. People, when they drive cars, a car is a self-contained, isolated environment. And a lot of people sing out loud, they swear, they say bad words that they wouldn't normally say in front of other people, in road rage. And so when you've isolated a person in a closed environment, a lot of times some of the worst things come up that they might not normally do or say when there's other people around. And I think what the internet does is projects that, almost that in your car environment, it projects that out. Now that you kind of act the same way, but everybody can see it or hear it once it's out there. So it's kind of like, it's almost like the internet equivalent of road rage.
And one of the great research areas using the VR and AR is using that, trying to use this technology in a way that's helpful in that So you put yourself, for example, VR in the place of a victim of some sort, a victim of disaster or something like that, or a refugee, for example. So you're experiencing life as another person using that technology. So now you're building empathy, you're building those social constructs that we need. And there's a lot of interesting stuff happening in the AR and VR.
That was a segue, I think, from something else, so I don't know where we are in the actual agenda today.
It's free time. I think we can, Aaron, is there anything on the web for us? I think we could probably stop the stream now if there's nothing else.
I got around the messages here too. So.
Let's all, let's thank Aaron.
Okay.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome, guys. Have fun.
Anything you want to add for everybody in the room?
Nope, just if they want to ask a question or anything, I can get it to you if they tweet us at #orientation or send us a comment under the YouTube video.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll tell them.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Okay, great. Thank you, Aaron.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so they're off, and that's the end of our broadcast day. Thank you very much. And if you have any comments or questions, they'll still be there for a couple hours. You can post them down below or tweet it out. All right. Bye.